sound now? Does it sound better?
Yes, better.
Okay. Yeah, so we're thrilled to have you all with us. This group includes James Heinz, who worked with me and the team to put the EGM together and is also a member of the expert advisory group for the project. And we also have other members of the expert advisory group here, experts from UNCTAD, OHCHR and DESA, from key civil society networks and organizations, and also from other teams in UN Women. So I'll just briefly introduce this EGM. I want to very briefly explain what the Feminist Plan is and what it will include, and then what we hope to achieve in this meeting, and then we'll get into the main part of the meeting. So next slide, please, Andy. So with this project, we're aiming to produce a feminist plan for sustainability and social justice, which we hope will guide policymakers and advocates to influence the creation, the building of a more equal and sustainable post-COVID world. We know that COVID has exposed such a huge failure of current economic systems to protect life and livelihoods, as well as bringing to the fore the critical role of care. We know that it has exacerbated the huge inequalities that have built up over the past decades and shown how both unsustainable and fragile many of our economies and societies really are. And one of the things that we also wanted to bring into this project is this sense that COVID-19 is providing a warning about what's coming rapidly down the track, is already with us in many cases on the environment, which represents another major failure of dominant economic models. So overall, I think everyone knows a radical rethink of the economy is needed, centered around this question of what the economy is for and what we really value. And we want to propose as an overarching narrative of this work that the purpose of the economy should be to support the flourishing and survival of life, which is Julie Nelson's formulation. And to achieve that, we need a policy paradigm that integrates care for both people and the planet. While arguably the crisis has created openings for change, it's also the case that previous experience shows that while hopes might be high for engendering structural transformation in moments of crisis, it's by no means guaranteed. And I think Ilene reminded us of that in her paper. So the Feminist Plan will be a short report which brings together a visionary agenda with a set of concrete steps to help us get there. And as a plan, it will include selected policy priorities as well as a set of key enablers. So the next slide, please, Andy. So in terms of the kind of three key policy areas that we want to include, the first is about putting care for people at the center of a sustainable and just economy. Like few crises before it, COVID-19 has really drawn attention to the care economy and the work that is routinely devalued by markets. But for the, perhaps, for the first time, it's been truly recognized as essential. So lessons from this pandemic, we hope, can help to inform a long overdue paradigm shift that recognizes the centrality of care and the deep interactions between market and non-market dimensions of our economies. The second policy area that we want to focus on is about sustaining livelihoods and an adequate standard of living. We know that the costs of the economic shock triggered by COVID-19 are not distributed equally, and the inequalities in the world of work have become more apparent than ever. Many countries have taken huge steps in terms of social protection measures to address the economic fallout of COVID-19, although we also know that many of these measures fail to adequately address gender inequality. But it's also not clear how long these supports can be sustained, especially as the macroeconomic impact deepens. So in this policy area, we want to look at what is needed to ensure that we don't return to the status quo ante and instead take bold steps to address the economic insecurity and inequalities that have been exposed by COVID, and to gear economies to be able to create decent work and sustainable livelihoods. And then the third area, also very interlinked to the other two, is about enabling gender just transitions to sustainable production and consumption. So COVID-19 has brought the global market economies to their knees and has refocused and intensified attention on the looming environmental crisis to some extent. So unsustainable patterns of consumption and production are having hugely unequal and also gendered impacts as those who have done least to cause the problems are amongst the most vulnerable to the outcomes. We're seeing an emergence of alternative policy frameworks, Green New Deals, degrowth frameworks and so on to address the environmental crisis, but they've typically paid very little attention to gender dynamics. So in this policy area, we want to look at the question of what a gender just transition would look like. So as well as those three kind of policy areas, we also want to look at a series of enablers, which are also about policy, but under the overall question of how do we get there? How do we move towards the kind of the policy outcomes that we want to see? The first one is what we're going to talk about today, harmonizing macroeconomic policies and governance with social policies and objectives. And I'll come back to that in a little bit. The second one is about the conditions for implementing feminist policies in a time of crisis. So here we really wanted to get to the issues of how you bring about the kind of feminist policy change that we would like to see in an increasing illiberal political landscape. And so under this sort of enabler section, we wanted to look at the ways in which feminists in different spaces are able to effectively organize, to make coalitions with other actors to influence policy and hold decision makers to account. And then the last sort of enabler, if you like, is about redefining state market and state society relations. So I think one of the things that's been really interesting about COVID is the way in which we've seen that wealth and privilege can protect individuals from the effects of the virus up to a point. But the nature of a pandemic has meant that each individual's health is only as strong as that of his or her neighbor, which points to the need for egalitarian solutions based on a new solidaristic social contract that can help to secure collective well-being. We also want to look at the ways in which the relationship between states and markets also need to be rethought, especially in the context of bailouts, to ensure that companies become more responsive to stakeholders rather than shareholders. So the next slide, please, Andy. So in terms of this meeting, the idea of these expert group meetings is that we are convening a series of in-depth conversations and consultations, bringing people like you together to share with us your conceptual and empirical insights from a range of different disciplines, and to create space to reflect on the emerging evidence from this crisis. And these discussions will form the main building blocks of the plan, which will be written by our team in the coming months. So for this meeting, we came up with a set of 4 overarching questions to guide the discussion. The first one is, in the short term, what kinds of emergency policies are needed to stave off the immediate crisis, including to address the debt crisis and ensure countries have adequate resources, for example, things like the special drawing rights from the IMF, among others. The second question is about the kinds of macroeconomic policies and structural changes that are needed to support in the longer run the kinds of universal gender responsive social protection systems and national care systems and other social policies that are needed to recover from the crisis and also to be prepared for the next ones. Number 3 is about the reforms that are needed of the global economic architecture and governance to ensure that countries have the policy space they need to invest in public services and infrastructure, and to resist and fend off further imposition of austerity policies. And then fourthly, we're interested in thinking about the key elements and the practical sort of implications of a new economic paradigm, macroeconomic paradigm that can take non-market domains, and both here we're thinking of both unpaid care and eco-services seriously. So just a few small issues there for us to consider. So on the next slide, I've just included the agenda, which we also sent to you. So I just wanted to kind of go through how we're envisaging the meeting will work. It's split into 3 main sections, each lasting an hour and consisting of 30 minutes of presentations and responses, and then 30 minutes of open discussion. And the chair for each session will call on participants to speak, so please use the blue hand to indicate that you'd like to intervene and mute when you're not speaking. We want to create as much space as possible for our external experts to speak and discuss. So as is customary with these expert group meetings, I'd encourage you and women colleagues to observe the usual guidelines and sit back and listen as much as possible. But everyone should also feel free to use the chat function to raise points and ask questions. I hope it's okay that we're not proposing to spend a long time introducing ourselves. I think many of you know each other already, and I wanted to create as much time as possible for the discussion. But you have all received the bios document, and also feel free to say hello and introduce yourself in the chat box. So with that, I'll stop and hand over to Connie, who's going to chair the first session. Connie, over to you.
Hi. Thank you, Laura. Good morning, good afternoon to all. I hope you can hear me. Please, Andy, let me know if there's an issue with the audio. Well, we have a very wide diversity of experts and observers participating today in what will surely be an insightful discussion. So let's dive in and kickstart with the first session. This is a framing session. As Laura said, it's a conceptual session, and it's organized as follows. We'll hear first a 15-minute presentation framing the issues by James Hines. Then we'll have Diane Elson and Jayati Ghosh to respond in 7 minutes each. And after that, we'll open the floor for a 30-minute Q&A. So with that, over to you, James. You have the floor.
Okay, thanks very much, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. The approach I took in kind of the short framing paper that I sent along was not to present a comprehensive framework for macroeconomic policies that we would imagine under this feminist plan, but rather to identify 4 issues that I thought personally were emerging out of kind of the current COVID crisis that have implications for how we think about macroeconomic policy. So I'm going to try to be very brief about this and just go through the 4 issues that I identified in the framing note. Let me call it a note rather than a paper. Then Diane and Jayati will have a lot more to say on elaborating and fleshing this out. And as we go through the day, or at least the next several hours, we'll flesh it out even more. So kind of the first issue I thought is important to consider is kind of expanding our theories of crises, our macroeconomic theories of crises, and related to that, the policy implications of that in terms of macroeconomic stabilization. And what I think we can all agree on is that the macroeconomic crisis that's been triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic really demonstrates how some of the biggest contradictions of our current capitalist systems are not fully contained within the market economy itself. But the crisis itself is the outcome of interactions between capitalist processes in the non-market spheres of our economy. And as Laura pointed out, 2 of the most important of these for thinking about the current crisis and future crises are the care economy, unpaid care work, and then the whole issue of ecosystem services and the environment. So it's not just the contradiction that's so evident with COVID and the importance of non-market care really impinging on kind of the operation of market capitalism. I think also is going to be relevant as we're thinking of crises of climate change, kind of the big environmental crisis moving forward. So what I'm suggesting is that we expand our approach to macroeconomic crisis theory, not replace some of the theories that we already use, such as the endogenous crisis theories, where the market economy itself produces conditions of fragility or crisis, whether it's, a Keynesian approach to a lack of aggregate demand or a more Minskian financial fragility crisis. 2008 showed us that that's still relevant. But the current crisis shows that our approach to thinking about macroeconomic crises must be supplemented in important ways. And I think this has implications for thinking about how we stabilize our economies at the macro level. Our policy response have to go beyond, massive liquidity injections and fiscal stimulus. We've already seen that happen during the COVID crisis, and the crisis is not over. And so we have to think beyond that in terms of stabilization. Feminist economists have long recognized that in times of crisis, that non-market institutions are automatic stabilizers, particularly households. They're kind of the shock absorbers. So it's not just the state as a non-market actor, but also households as non-market institutions that we have to take into consideration. But the cost of stabilization in terms of households are not equally distributed, that women bear a disproportionate burden of this cost. So it's a regressive stabilizer. So moving forward, when we're thinking about crisis theory and approaches to stabilize the macroeconomy, we need to consider all these macro stabilizers as a whole, the role of the state, but also the role of the household non-market sector. So that's all I'm going to say on issue 1. Issue 2, issue 1 was really looking at crises and short-term stabilization. Issue 2 is thinking about macroeconomics in the long run, really highlighting, rethinking what is a produced factor of production, and also recognizing the importance of non-produced factors of production. Again, feminist economists have long made the argument that labor and not simply capital is a produced factor of production. And when we're thinking about long-run macroeconomic dynamics, we have to take that into account. And the idea that labor or human beings are produced factors of production go beyond kind of the standard neoclassical concepts of human capital that are just limited to educational attainment, but get at issues of social reproduction, investment in human beings that happen outside of kind of formal institutions or the market economy, but really shed light on the investments that are made in the non-market economy. So I think a key question, a macroeconomic question, is what does it take to produce a highly productive human being? And the policies that could support, producing highly productive human resources for our economy should be considered macroeconomic policies. Often they're labeled social policies. They're kind of seen as a derivative. You maximize growth first, and then you finance your social policies. But those social, as a subset of those social policies, particularly those that produce people and produce human capital, are very essential to long-run economic performance. So they're not just derivative policies. So these human investments, this way of thinking about investments, need to be recognized exactly as that, as investments, not simply as consumption spending or some form of utility derived from labeling them as consumption. So oftentimes in terms of government spending, these types of social policies that do have long-run returns and long-run implications for economic performances are classified as current consumption. And then they're the target whenever austerity hits for being cut. In macroeconomic models, children are assumed to generate positive utility, and that's the motivation for the willingness to do care work. So children are just another variable in a consumption function. We need to kind of change that way of thinking. And once we change that way of thinking, it actually changes policy arguments with respect to issues like austerity, crowding out arguments, and so on. So treating labor as a produced factor of production or human beings as a produced factor of production, I think is essential for our feminist approach to macroeconomics for achieving this feminist plan that Laura spoke about. But we also have to recognize that not all factors of production are produced. There's very important non-produced factors of production that are routinely excluded from macroeconomic accounting and policy formulation. And these are the ecosystem services or the ecological environment in which all our capitalist economies are actually functioning. It's very common to record the depreciation of physical assets, but the depreciation of non-produced factors of production is often excluded. And this is going to lead to inappropriate and unsustainable long-run macroeconomic policy. So we need to incorporate these issues back into our macroeconomic thinking. The third issue is about distribution, and I'm linking it to demographics as well. So I think a macroeconomic paradigm that's consistent with a feminist plan for sustainability and social justice needs to recognize and specifically address distributive dynamics at the macro level. Heterodox economists have done this for decades or centuries at this stage, looking at the distributive dynamics, for example, between capital and labor. Feminist economists have looked at distributive dynamics linked to macroeconomic policies between men, women, and different gender identities. And so these types of distributive dynamics need to be central to our approach to macroeconomics. The distributive dynamics that I highlighted in the note, though, is distributive dynamics that I think are often ignored, but are becoming increasingly important. And these are intergenerational distributive conflicts. And so, and I think, the tensions between generations is very evident with the current COVID crisis in terms of who's at risk, who's losing their incomes, the burden of childcare shifting. We see it playing out not just between men and women, but between different generations. And I think why do I think these intergenerational conflicts are going to be more important? Well, we're at a point of demographic change in a large number of countries. Half the world's population now lives in countries that have below replacement fertility and rapidly aging populations. And so this is a huge demographic shift to what we're used to. So as you have rapidly aging populations, the older generations are going to stake a claim on the output produced by the working age population. But the older generation might not be working or might not be making productive contributions equal to the claims that they're staking on current production. And so this creates some tensions and potential for macroeconomic instability. Now, these conflicts are pretty much minimized when populations are growing, because the older population is smaller than the working age population, just by definition. But when populations stop growing and they start aging, you see these distributive conflicts among generations becoming more acute. And I think we're starting to see this. And this has implications for macroeconomic instability. I also think, linking it to the environmental issue, environmental degradation can also be framed as a type of intergenerational conflict between consumption and production now versus, the quality of life of generations that don't even exist yet. So I think thinking about intergenerational dynamics in the context of this plan, in addition to other distributed dynamics, are essential. So most macroeconomic models ignore a lot of these distributive dynamics, not just the intergenerational stuff, but the dynamics between capital and labor, the gender distribution, and so on. And they also almost inexplicit, for me, it's almost unexplainable. And they also abstract away from demographic change, or just assume that it's going to be inconsequential. And so I think these types of issues need to be incorporated in how we think about macroeconomics going forward in the context of this feminist plan. So the last issue, and then I'll stop here, and I'm going to be brief because I think there's a lot more that Diane, Jayati, and definitely as we move forward to the later sessions, we'll have to say about this and flesh it out. So there's no need for me to go into this in a lot of detail, but it's how do we actually pay for this plan? Or how do we actually, if we want to promote social investments in human beings, if we want to expand social protections, all of these policies are going to demand resources in order to realize them. Expanding care services, for instance. How do we actually pay for that? And I think we need to confront that head on in terms of developing the feminist plan that Laura was talking about. So just a few points here. More expansionary macro policies can help, but they need to channel the resources in the right direction. It's not just expanding them, but making sure that they actually support the expansion of care services, social policy, social protections, and so on. And we want expansionary macro policies that are also sustainable, that they don't push us into some unsustainable crisis situation. There's a whole bunch of various strategies, you all know them pretty much, to enlarge fiscal space at the same time. Just the capacity for governments to mobilize domestic revenues, whether it's improving the efficiency of tax collection, royalty payments on the use of natural resources, taxing new areas such as financial transactions and so on. All of these can expand fiscal space, even without pursuing deficit spending and expansionary fiscal policies. So that I think we know what those issues are, but they bear repeating. So the first 2 points were really about domestic resource mobilization, but there's the huge issue that we face is the extent of global inequalities with regard to access to resources and the ability to expand fiscal space. Even if, Mozambique pursued the best expansionary policies that it could and did everything right in terms of enlarging fiscal space, the revenues per capita that it has at its disposal is going to be just a small fraction of a country like the UK, like the US, like France. And this is the reality in terms of global inequalities that we face. And so this has to be confronted head on, I think, in terms of global cooperation. The issues about, reforming international financial institutions, the question of the SDRs, and so on. Steps to halt illicit financial outflows from countries and address those types of leakages, and also redistributive policies at a global level in order to allow low-income countries to also pursue and realize the aspects of the feminist plan that we're talking about. So I'm going to stop there. Those were the 4 areas that I thought I wanted to highlight in this opening discussion.
Thank you, James. A great set of issues to discuss. And now over to Diane. You have 7 minutes for your quick reactions.
Thank you. And thank you, James. I think that was a very useful way of beginning. And I think much of the thinking in your notes and indeed in the whole concept of this feminist plan has a lot of overlap with some work we've been doing in the UK, where the Women's Budget Group set up a commission on creating a gender equal economy. And we started work well before COVID-19, but of course, in the context of COVID-19, this become ever more urgent. And we've done our report. I send you the link to it. And we've called it Creating a Caring Economy, as a way of framing it to try and maximize the kind of support across a wide range of constituencies. But it has 8 steps in it. 1 is to re-envision what we mean by the economy. 2 is to invest in social as well as physical infrastructure. 3 is to transform the worlds of paid and unpaid work. 4 is to invest in a caring social security system that's based on dignity and autonomy. 5 is to transform tax systems. 6 is to refocus the overall fiscal and monetary policy framework on building a caring economy. 7 is work to develop an international trading system that is socially and environmentally sustainable. And 8 is to work to transform the international economic system so it's supportive of caring economies across the world. And I think that very much overlaps with the agenda we've got in our meeting today. So I'm just going to pick out a few points that arose in our deliberations in this commission and that respond to some of the points that James has made. The first is re-envisaging what we mean by the economy to fully take into consideration the non-market sphere, the household, the community, the environment. We had a lot of discussion on this because a lot of feminists saw this as very much about expanding GDP to take into account unpaid household production and environmental services. But we wanted to argue that's not the main point. And I think as you develop the plan, you may find that reaction. There's still, I think, a lot of feminists who think, well, the first thing is to expand the GDP measure to take into account the unpaid economy. But actually, we think GDP is too flawed a measure anyway. I'll come back to that later. And we don't want to re-emphasize even further the use of GDP, but actually to downgrade the use of GDP as a measure. And when you look at those countries which have put a lot of efforts into, say, creating a satellite account set alongside the GDP, it hasn't actually levered any policy change. So he thought more important for levering policy change is to rethink underlying concepts like efficiency and productivity, so as to bring to light the hidden costs that are associated with the conventional concepts of efficiency and productivity. Hidden costs both for the unpaid care economy and for the environmental services. So efficiency is understood as minimization of short-run financial costs, and this is what drives a lot of outsourcing of services from the public sector. But these cost reduction measures often transfer costs to households and the environment. Productivity is understood in terms of value added per hour of paid labor input, but ignores things like the quality of the care services and the depletion of labor capacities if greater productivity is achieved through more intense work and speeding up of work. So actually leads to depletion of labor capacities through anxiety, stress, exhaustion, and to degradation of the quality of the services. And there's a lot of evidence, I think, for care services that make these points. But also picking up the point that James made about households as the hidden stabilizer. Sometimes when you say this, people say, "Oh, isn't that good? Isn't that good? We've got this stabilizer in the household." But we have to also remember that the hidden costs of this stabilization in the household, again, the depletion of human lives, their energies, their health, and so forth, if households are overburdened, which we've seen in the past with the austerity following the financial crisis and in the 90s following the debt crises. So I think recognizing that hidden stabilizer is important, but also emphasizing there are hidden costs to this. And we can't just assume it's this kind of perfectly elastic supply of unpaid labor that will stabilize the economy. So I think those underpinning concepts is more important to unpack those and reformulate those than saying, let's have a satellite account set alongside the GDP. Second, investing in what we've called the social and the physical infrastructure, and about reconceptualizing investment. We've had a certain amount of success in our work in the UK in getting people to talk about services like education, health, and care services as social infrastructure. And this was an important move because there was a lot of acceptance that we ought to invest in the physical infrastructure. And this goes along very well with Green New Deal policies too. But there was less, and it's fine to borrow for those, but there was less consideration of the importance of investing in what we call social infrastructure. And then people say, oh yes, we should build new hospitals and we should build new schools and nurseries and so forth, but getting them to understand that paying the wages of all the staff in these services is also a kind of investment. So I think that's a really important point. And I think because it allows, if it's investment, you can borrow to fund it. A lot of governments have now started to issue what they call green bonds. So why not get them to issue care bonds Then in terms of expanding the range of macroeconomic targets, which James mentioned in his note, I think we came to the conclusion we want to monitor GDP growth, but we don't want maximization of GDP growth as a target. We have to monitor it because it tells us what's going on in the market economy. But it's very, very flawed in many ways, and it certainly doesn't measure well-being. So it's very important to have well-being targets as alongside or instead of macroeconomic growth targets. And we talked a lot about different kind of dashboards, different kinds of synthetic indicators of well-being, and what different governments are doing, because there are about half a dozen governments that are pursuing what they say is a well-being approach to economic policy, and what can we learn from that. But that also the issue of employment, not just talk about full employment, I think James mentioned this in his note, but a dashboard of employment indicators, and indicators that also look at unpaid work, that monitor how far we're reducing and redistributing unpaid work. So in our report, we suggested that the Ministry of Finance should, using time use surveys, pay attention to what was happening to men's share of unpaid work. How far is men's share of unpaid work going up? I haven't much time left now, so I just want to make 2 points. I think one is about the longer run demographic points that James quite rightly, I think, brought into our discussion. And I think here we have to rethink what we mean by the working age population. This is old style thinking in a way, I think. There are a lot of people my age, I'm almost 75, who are doing an enormous amount of unpaid work, like today, but also like looking after their grandchildren, volunteering in the community. And there are a lot of people who are working in paid work beyond the conventional retirement age. What the problem is ill health in old age when we have longevity, and paid work that generates ill health. So we've got a system which is obesogenic, which is polluting, and it looks like that's contributing to things like the increase in dementia, and in which too much paid work is exhausting. So that's why people want to stop as soon as they can. I think if we focus a bit on those issues, we can help to mitigate some of these difficult trade-offs that James talks about in a transition between a period where fertility is below replacement rate, but we haven't yet got to a steady state with a smaller population and the generations of more or less equal size. And just finally, on the financing point, I think two issues. One is, if you like, the political economy of tax measures. How do we get the political support for these tax measures? Do we need to think more about hypothecation, for instance? Bit of an illusion, but it may win more support for particular tax measures. And the other is, we haven't mentioned monetary policy so far, but quantitative easing. On the one hand, quantitative easing is helping us square the circle at the moment, and a kind of enabling countries like European countries, North America, to rip up the old rule books about macroeconomic policy. But on the other hand, quantitative easing is a driver of inequality, because the way it's being done keeps up stock markets, maintains and increases the income that goes to owners of capital. So somewhere we have to think about the downside of QA as well as the way that it's helping us square circles at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Over to you, Jayati. You have 7 minutes, and I might interrupt you if we get to the 7 minutes so that we keep on track. I apologize in advance.
Sure. Yes. No, thank you very much. It's such a pleasure to come after two such excellent interventions. It really reduces my need to go on for more than 7 minutes. So that's already something. First, I just want to say I agree completely with everything that James and Diane have said, and it's very much in resonance with the kinds of things that I think many of us have been thinking about for a while. Just one small caveat about GDP. Like everyone here, I believe, I'm totally frustrated with the GDP measure, and it's completely counterproductive in many ways. Our problem, I believe, is that we are unable to come up with a clear, simple alternative, that everyone will grab. And dashboards are just too complicated. Governments don't do them. They don't care. And they don't get, so we have to really, I think, one major item of our research and advocacy has got to be to come up with something relatively simple that will capture at least the essence of things we need in a way that we can use as a major tool for policy and pushing things. Having said that, I just want to add to more like a kind of footnote for developing, well, not footnote for developing countries, but put a slightly more developing country, open economy perspective on some of these things. I think all the points made are completely valid, but there are, if you like, additional points or maybe accentuated issues for developing countries, and I want to highlight 5 of them. The first has to do with external constraints. There are, of course, foreign exchange constraints that we all know about. I won't dwell on them. There are volatile capital flows, often driven by the monetary policy of advanced economies, as Diane mentioned. There are external debt concerns, including sovereign debt. I know that Ilene is going to have a lot more important things to say about this, so I'm going to leave it there, but just to flag that. The second has to do with migration and the gender aspects of migration and remittances. And there are really 2 things here. One is the, if you like, the sort of global value chain of the care economy, which had emerged over the last 2 decades, which has very significant implications for both developed and, for the structure of labor markets in developed countries, but also for many things in developing countries. And the fact that a lot of this has also been disrupted by the pandemic, and we're not really entirely sure whether demography will trump health in those kinds of issues. So, I think that's an important aspect to bear in mind. There is the fact that where there is dominantly female migration, again, essentially for care work, you have huge variations in the invisible earnings of countries, so that those countries where women dominate in migrants, Sri Lanka, Philippines, and so on, have very different remittance inflows from those where men dominate, like Mexico, Pakistan, and so on. The third issue I want to just highlight is the implications of the changes in supply chains that we are seeing, and we perhaps also ought to be asking for. The manufacturing supply chains have been talked about, and how those are being either disrupted by COVID or by automation and artificial intelligence and all of those implications. I think that has been discussed a bit more. The gender aspects of that have not been adequately, I think we need to perhaps focus a little bit more on that. But the one supply chain I really do want to highlight is food. We messed up our global food supply system like nothing, right? It's unsafe, it's unhealthy, it's it's a real smiley curve sort of shape where the actual workers get really nothing, where production patterns are distorted. Distribution in the producing countries is distorted with very strong gender effects. And as we know, the whole distinction between cash crop and subsistence crop has meant particular types of women's labor supply being, used in certain areas and not. And so there are all kinds of issues in terms of those supply chains. And then finally, there's the issue of informality and women's work. 70% of all workers in the developing world are informal. About 85% of women workers are informal. In India, it's as high as 98% of women workers are informal. They have no legal and social protections. In the pandemic, they have got almost no support. So we really have to think about, first of all, what does formalization even mean? What do you do when you can't formalize? How do you formalize in a gender sensitive way? How do you ensure minimum protections when you can't formalize? What kinds of support, macroeconomic support, can we offer to informal workers? And I'm not even getting into the unpaid ones that Diane and James have talked about. So I think these are some of the issues that I would just like to highlight. Thanks.
Thank you, Jati. You were wonderfully on time. Thank you for that. So now we open the floor for questions. You can raise your hand or just put your questions in the chat. I see Ilene has her hand up, so please come in, Ilene.
Okay, thanks. I enjoyed I enjoyed all the presentations and the note that James sent in advance as well. I just wanted to add maybe one comment that was prompted by some of Diane's very interesting comments about quantitative easing. I know there's a lot of discussion now about greening monetary policy, and Christine Lagarde's spoken quite a bit about that, and Jerome Powell as well, which has been somewhat encouraging. And I wonder whether or not there are discussions about engendering monetary policy that go beyond things like credit allocation, which is where kind of most of the discussions about engendering monetary policy that I'm familiar with have focused on, and it's of course important. But I'm thinking about things like bonds to finance social and care infrastructures as part of a feminist approach to quantitative easing, and I may have missed work along those lines, and so my apologies. But really nice.
To respond. I think we're absolutely on the same page, Ilene. I think this is a really important area, but I don't think anybody's actually working on it very much. So I think this is any new thinking on that. I mean, I floated the idea of care bonds, but I don't know anybody who's actually done any work on that makes it comparable to what's happening on the green bonds. And of course, there's a lot of questions about the green bonds. And is it greenwashing? How green are they? Is it really directing the resources towards green investments? So they're not a magic bullet. But I think at the moment, QA seems to be being used a lot just to bail out existing companies, and only slightly starting to move towards a more proactive restructuring. And I think that's what we have to press for, that the power, we aren't looking a lot at national monetary policy in this workshop, but I think that's an important issue about pressing central banks that can do quantitative easing, because of course it's only a small set that can, to use this in a much more proactive way, something that some people have called people's quantitative easing.
Thanks.
Other questions and reactions? Jessica, I think you're next. You have the floor.
Thank you. I had two questions. One was it's on both what James and Diane were saying about investment in social infrastructure. And this feels like one of the things that we need to be able to package as a policy ask in a way that we can then get sort of political traction on. And it'd just be interesting to hear from both of you how you think we might be able to do that, because at the moment we've kind of often raised it, partly through the Women's Budget Group work and through the ITUC report and so on, but it's quite difficult to present it in a way that government economists will relate to. And the other one was just on finance and on external finance, because obviously, James, you said that that's a crucial element in a feminist plan, but I wondered whether we could also have a tool that distinguishes between that finance which actually restricts policy space of recipient governments and that which expands it. So for example, we're starting to get conversations about reparations as opposed to aid and so on. It just felt like if there's some kind of way that we could measure that or to demonstrate that there is a difference between different sorts of external finance, that might be really useful.
James, do you want to react to that?
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure how you're running this discussion. So, I mean, in terms of the social investment issue, I mean, there's a huge category of social investment that's already recognized to generate long-run returns, and that's education, and it's part of the mainstream policy discussion. So I think, starting with that as an example, and then it's not that hard to, draw parallels to early childhood development, investment in childcare, investment in healthcare, aspects of that is either social investment or preventing the depreciation of human beings, like Diane has talked about, just the wearing out of people. So I think I would start with an area where, it's ever since Gary Becker's human capital, theory of human capital, it's recognized as a form of investment. Start with that and say, okay, let's extend, what are the logical implications of doing that if we're talking about macroeconomic policy? If it's really an investment, what does that mean? Can we borrow to finance it, as Diane has said? Does crowding out even make sense, in terms of increasing social expenditures if they're going to investment? So I would use that as a strategy. There's a lot of work out there that shows that there's high returns, not just standard human capital measures, but all these types of social investments. So that's what I would do. In terms of the types of international finance, but we'll probably get into this a lot more in a later session. But I do think, capital flows. What are good capital flows? What are bad capital flows? How do they impact policy space? And what types of global cooperation and global institutions do we need to either regulate those capital flows, make sure that they expand policy space instead of contracting them, that illicit outflows from developing countries are stopped, especially when they require, cooperation with institutions from the global north, whether it's, the kind of under the radar capital flight, that's massive in sub-Saharan Africa, or it's the tax haven issue, or whatever you're talking about. Those are the types of institutional changes that I think we need. And moving away from the traditional modality of aid with a lot of debt tied to it, a lot of conditionalities associated with it as well. And I think that's a very helpful point. But I would expand it beyond just aid to all types of capital flows.
Can I just add one point to the investment in social infrastructure? I actually think that COVID-19 has opened up a new space for approaching this as a moral economy question and not simply a kind of returns to investment question, which I agree with James. You can deal with that for preschool education and education very well in conventional ways. But when it comes to care for severely disabled people, for frail elderly people, people whose health has been very, very compromised by COVID-19. I think now that's opening up a space about we need to invest in well-being, we need to invest in a decent society, we need to invest in people's rights to care that can move the conversation in a helpful direction, because actually it's very hard to use the human capital approach if you want to be talking about investing in social care for people who are never going to make any contribution to their market economy. But I think COVID does open up a new space for talking about this in moral economy terms. You find there's a lot of response among all kinds of different groups in the public about, this is good, we should be doing this. We can't have a situation where all these people, frail elderly people in care homes are dying because we're not invested enough in their care. I think then the next challenge then is to say, and we don't just mean more allocation of state funding. It matters how these services are delivered, and they need to be delivered as public services by public sector employees who are paid decent wages and conditions and with good quality standards. Because of course, what we've seen also is a lot of problems that come from the outsourcing of these care services to profit-seeking, often quite large hedge fund type, offshore located profit-seeking organizations that have every incentive to cut costs if they can get away with it. So I think it's both the funding but also the modes of delivery that are really important. But I do think there's a new space for arguing about this in many countries now.
Gal, do you want to come in and raise your question? And then I have Rita after that.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. It's really great to see old colleagues, friends, and everyone. And I really appreciate all the inputs and the presentations. Especially, I really like, James, your framing of the feminist kind of how, the feminist agenda around 4 issues. And when you were talking about how households have been, one of the regressive stabilizers, and then combined it with Jayati's point from the developing country perspective of informal sector, I was just thinking that when maybe framing this feminist macro approach, to think about the informal sector also as one of the regressive stabilizers, particularly the rural sector, because when crisis hit a lot of people, that's the informal sector that takes the shock in developing countries. So just wanted to really put a note on that rather than a question.
Rita, do you want to come in?
Yeah, sure.
Rita?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Perfect.
My name's Geeta, not Rita. Thanks. And thank you, James, Diane, Jyoti, for a really interesting note and illuminating comments. There's one, with all of which I agree, but there's something that's been bothering me about our discussions in this area for some time, which is there's a gap somewhere in how we're thinking about the just transition, and the gap that I don't think I'm quite putting my finger on it, but there's something there that's been worrying me, and that is this. Think of a counterfactual. Suppose you had a government that was, say, Uber Uruguay of the previous round, not the current government, but the progressive government in Uruguay, with a strong commitment to supporting the care economy, to altering economic instruments and the use in order to be able to do that. That still wouldn't get us to the things we want to see less of. So if we're talking about in terms of what, Laura, you presented as, here are the 3 or 4 things that we're looking towards, and here are the instruments that will help us with those, it wouldn't get us to sustainability particularly. In terms of the environment, it certainly would make it more sustainable in terms of human beings, but not necessarily in terms of the environment. It wouldn't necessarily help us in terms of food production of the kind that you were speaking about, Jyoti. So the thing that I'm trying to get at is, how do we link up what we want less of to our feminist agenda, rather than only talking about what we want more of, which is more support for care, and which will then, we think, help us move towards the feminist agenda. That, I mean, admittedly, and I'm not necessarily doing a terribly good job of talking about it, admittedly is not easy. And it could be pretty complicated. I mean, I take an example. Suppose we're moving towards more renewable energy. How is that connected to a feminist agenda in a real way, in a tangible way, not just by our saying it is, but in terms of, so what does it mean in terms of what we would think of as a feminist agenda? Let me just throw that there. Anybody, any of the three of you or anyone else?
Can I briefly respond because this is something we struggled a bit with in doing our report, and I don't think we've cracked it yet, but one of the things we tried to think about was the kind of decarbonization of everyday life, thinking about things like transport, housing, energy. And then there are the issues of how is that made affordable? So in the UK, there's a problem that the way that moves towards renewable energy is being financed can often add costs at the moment, at this particular moment, to the energy bills. And that's very regressive of households. That's a very regressive thing. So also thinking about if we're moving towards a clean energy economy, what does that mean in terms of affordability for low income people? What does it mean in terms of daily life? What does it mean in terms of the kind of washing machines or refrigerators or heating and so forth? And who's going to, how are the costs and the benefits of transition going to be distributed? We also pointed out, of course, that investing in care is lower carbon. The emissions of the care sector are much lower than the emissions of many sectors, but that's a rather static thing. It's not an active decarbonization. So we do need investments in all of these things that will decarbonize. And I think both linking them to everyday life in terms of the use of them, and also perhaps something will come up later in terms of the kind of jobs that are going to be created and who's going to get these jobs and how people are going to be trained for these jobs.
Connie, may I just come back on that? Thanks, Diane. But that sort of puts it at the level of distributive effects of the decarbonization. And I'm wondering whether we can't be thinking more boldly. Somewhere I wonder, just as we talk about the digitalization of the economy as the latest round of industrial revolution or whatever we want to call it, that completely alters the ways in which we do just about everything, from production to consumption and distribution and anything else that we can think of. Is there a way we can talk or think about the engendering and feminization of the economy that actually has many more of all of these kinds of effects which go beyond, I mean, distribution is obviously a very, very important part of it, but which actually go beyond that. And I obviously don't have any terribly useful things to say about that, but I can't help wondering whether we shouldn't be pushing in that direction.
Could I just come in on that briefly? I think Geeta has really, put her finger on something really important, which is that we do a lot of the broad brush stuff, let's face it. Whereas a lot of these things, they come up, especially when you're really advocating for specific changes in policy and so on, they come up against these contradictions, and we haven't thought through many contradictions properly. I think we need to do a bit more, if you like, on the sort of second order questions. You know, Geeta, you and I will understand this example. We talk about a public food distribution system and we're all for it and so on. How exactly is that procurement and production pattern in line with our broader agenda? And how is that a feminist kind of agenda in terms of the production process and the sustainability and the, you know, the ecological issues? So I think we really need to perhaps think of these interlinkages and the second order questions that arise, because always when you go in for the policy advocacy, that's what you're confronted with. You know, they turn around and tell you, well, that's going to leave out the following people, or that's going to force us to use so much more in terms of not locally procured food stuff, or et cetera, et cetera. So I think these are just specific examples, but I think there's a broader issue there that Geeta has highlighted that we really do need to think about much more.
Thank you, Jayati. Since you have to, I think you are leaving right now at 10:15. So if you want
Yes, I'm sorry, I have
with...
another meeting, but no, this is going really well. I feel terrible that I'm going to miss the rest of the discussion. Sorry. But
no, we'll miss you as well. And Isabella, do you want to come in?
Yes, thanks very much. And thank you for all the discussion and the excellent notes. It's very interesting. Last week, I was on a call with social movements and the government, because the Canadian government is developing a white paper on a feminist foreign policy. And a lot of the issues that we're talking about today in this meeting actually overlapped with some of the concerns of that feminist foreign policy. So I think it is fascinating how this moment may be bringing some equal thoughts together. I wanted to pick up on Diane's point or question perhaps about whether COVID is creating new policy spaces. And in particular, I think I wanted to link it to the more general macroeconomic context and to maybe raise a question. Some of us think about the past several decades as presenting what we might call a paradox of necessity. In other words, you had a moment where neoliberal globalism simultaneously maximizes the need for social intervention while minimizing the political spaces and strategic instruments to achieve this public good. So I think one of my questions is, to what extent do we think this paradox might be challenged by COVID responses? And could we potentially see new path dependencies developing if we see, especially in the rich countries, the extreme kind of state interventions? But as Diane noted, we also have to see this on the care side. And I take as an example what's happening in Canada, where there's been a really, really vigorous fiscal stimulus and a lot of emergency care packages, including an emergency care relief package in recognition of people who are caring for older people or for children. And of course, there's been a simultaneous demand for the necessity for a national subsidized childcare system. And polls have shown that people in general are supportive of dealing with the COVID intervention and thinking about the fiscal and sovereign debt consequences in a much more secondary way. So to me, that's interesting to think about, is this going to be sustainable? And of course, what kinds of forces have to be rallied to fight against potential austerity responses as we saw around 2008?
Any of the speakers want to react or respond to that? James, Diane?
I mean, are these our closing comments, given the time? I don't.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just have two things to say. One, just kind of I think just reacting to Geeta's point, I do think we need to think through all these connections much more carefully than what we've had. And there's a lot of contradictions. So even the issue I raised on demographics and some of the comments Diane made, there's some big ecological benefits of having below replacement fertility, you know, in the current context. And those are global benefits, but the individual country costs of, you know, below replacement fertility in terms of, you know, the productive economy, we're not quite sure of what those would look like. They do change some of the distributive dynamics. One reason why we have below replacement fertility is just the cost of, you know, of social reproduction through falling fertility rates, which then link to some of the policies around redistributing those costs. But what are we trying to raise fertility rates, the cost of children, invest in them? How do we think about all those different connections? I don't have an answer to it, but I think we've done a first layer brush on what the issues are, but there's all these complicated connections between them. And I think that the issues around sustainability that Geeta's, that there's a lot of connections that we really need to explore. We're not quite there yet between all these policy areas that we're talking about. In terms of the paradigm shift, you know, 2008, we thought there was a big paradigm shift, and then it kind of, it didn't really materialize. Is there space for a new paradigm shift with the role of the state right now? I think my answer would be maybe. I do think if it does shift for a bigger role of the state, I'm not so sure that shift is always and everywhere progressive, given, you know, some of the politics of the state, you know, kind of the more right-wing nationalist types of politics of having a stronger state. Is that the type of state intervention that we want? Because we see it in many countries now. How do we understand kind of that not that right-wing response to a more globalized economy in terms of nationalism in the current context, as opposed to a more progressive approach to the state, and how are those political forces going to actually battle themselves out in the near future? Those are the questions that I have. I don't have an answer to it, but I think those are the really important issues. I don't see it just naturally going towards a bigger progressive intervention of a state, just looking at what's going on around the world right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's, you know, going to be a lot to fight for next year, I think. At the moment, there's been a big tearing up of the old kind of rule books on fiscal and monetary policy. And if you can borrow as much as you like, and borrow to fund what is clearly current spending, you know, income transfers, bump up the income transfers, borrow as much as you can. And for those countries that can borrow a lot in the north, they've been able to do that. But that's not going to last forever. And we already got the problem of the IMF speaking fiscal consolidation to countries in the south as it speaks fiscal expansion to countries in the north. So I do think there's going to be, and I do think the issue of more progressive approaches to taxation will come much further up the agenda, and we have to be ready to fight those battles, not only with a kind of good economic analysis about taxation, but also good political economy analysis about what kind of coalitions can be put together to support more progressive taxation. Yeah, I think this is going to be a big struggle for next year.
Thank you, Diane. So we are coming to a close. This was an extremely rich session that outlined some of the key macroeconomic thinking shifts that we need to bear in mind for the realization of the Feminist Plan's goals and objectives. And as we move to the following sessions, it will be extremely useful to keep in mind Jayati's call to think through this second order questions and contradictions, as we will explore maybe some of the two key questions that came up, but we'll explore them in more detail. For instance, we'll speak more about what are the more granular discussions of how to actually pay for this plan, how do we get there, as well as what are the changes needed in global governance structures and architectures to address some of the global inequalities with regards to access to resources and the ability to expand fiscal space. So we'll move on to those sessions after the break. And just remember that this will have a slightly longer break, so we'll resume at 10:45. So I think that's, if anyone wants to add anything, and I think otherwise, I think we are,
sorry,
we'll
Connie,
move on to the break.
For those of us
Yes.
who are in a different time zone, can you say how many minutes that is?
Yes.
Rather than 10:45?
It will be half an hour.
Half an hour, okay.
Okay. So thank you, everyone, and see you in half an hour.
Hi, Richard.
Melissa, how you doing?
Okay, how are you?
Yeah, all right. As well as can be expected, it's, you know, it's Geneva's a real hotspot these days.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
It's worst in Europe.
Wow.
Worst city in Europe for rates of infection.
Why is that?
Smugness.
That makes total sense.
What about, how's it there?
It's, you know, right, we're having a second wave. And so it's not bad in Fort Collins. The university's actually done pretty well. This is our last
You're
week
teaching
of
in
in-person
person.
instruction. Huh?
You're teaching in person.
Yeah, they have been testing like crazy and, you know, 6-foot distancing and all kinds of stuff. And they made it. The students are going home for Thanksgiving in a few days and will stay home until mid-January.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So they're not coming back from Thanksgiving?
No, too chaotic.
Okay, all right.
Hi, Lisa.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Are you at work? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm forcing them. I'm chaining them to their desks, Elisa.
Exactly. You know, I have a little one at home, so he wouldn't let me participate.
Yeah.
So I'm here, he's at home. We share spaces. We share workspaces.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, Alyssa. Hi, Richard. Thanks for joining for the session. I saw Richard already tuned in during the last sessions. That's great. And we're really looking forward to this next session. We're going to kick off. I thought I would just say a couple of words at the beginning of kind of some of the key issues that were raised in the first session, which was a really rich and good discussion and starting point, and that we may want to kind of take into this session. So I think we kicked off with James's reflections on what makes this crisis different, and the point that really the origins of this crisis are not only contained within the market sphere itself, but emerge from interaction with non-market spheres, particularly the care economy and the ecosystem. And that this recognition has clear implications for how we think about immediate macroeconomic responses to the crisis, as well as the structural transformations that are needed in the longer term. There were some interesting things mentioned of what we need to kind of more of and push for, like social infrastructure being recognized as an investment and how to finance that. Ideas around care bonds, similar to green bonds, the need for measures other than GDP or full employment to kind of get more at the social sustainability issues. The need to rethink concepts like efficiency and productivity that currently really hide and ignore the costs of shifting responsibilities for social provision and ecosystem maintenance between different sectors. And I think there was also a very clear recognition of the different fiscal and policy space that developed countries face compared to developing countries. And Richard, I'm sure, will say much more about this. So without further ado, we have three excellent speakers. Richard will kick us off with UNCTAD's assessment of the current context and some of the thinking around economic alternatives. And we'll then have Elissa Brownstein and Busi Sibeko react to this presentation and also kind of hopefully pick up on the point that Geeta raised. How do we bring a very strong feminist lens to this new economic agenda? So that's it from me. Over to you, Richard, and really looking forward to this session.
Do you have my PowerPoint, Silke, up?
We do have your PowerPoint. Wondering if you could share it, yeah?
Yeah, would you like me to share it?
Yeah, I think it's better you do that than I do that, actually. Can you, if you?
Sure.
I mean, and I can then control it. I think that's probably easiest.
Okay. Let me give you control.
I mean, just, okay, brilliant.
Actually, I'm not sure. You might have to request.
Yeah.
Sorry, also just to say, I'm going to give you a little heads up about kind of how we're doing time-wise, so that we can more or less stick to the agenda. I hope that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, look, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to present this. I should say, just as an introduction, this is a report that we didn't mean to write, obviously. When we were writing a very different report until March of this year. So I think that's important to keep in mind. And also the fact that this report, in a way, draws upon a lot of the work that we've been doing in the Trade and Development Report over the last 3 years, particularly around the idea of a global New Deal and a global Green New Deal. A lot of that is not embedded in what I have to say, partly because this was very much geared towards responding to the immediate moment of the COVID-19 shock. But implicit in what we've been working on is this larger narrative that that I think is important for getting at some of the issues that were raised in the previous session, but I may not really have time to touch on, because I'll have to rip through what I have to say, I think, fairly quickly. In terms of the crisis itself, and James has talked about a crisis that is kind of different from previous crises, and that's certainly the case, in the sense that this was a crisis. It wasn't like a traditional supply or demand shock, or indeed like a Minsky type crisis. In a sense, it was all of these things at the same time as a consequence of lockdown, and that had very devastating consequences for all economies, not only the economies that locked down quickly, but other economies too. And we, like everybody else, have made assessments of that, and we assess that, you know, the global economy will contract by 4.3% this year. It will almost certainly be more than that. One of the points that was very important for us to make was that the ability of developed and developing countries respond to this kind of shock are clearly very asymmetric. You can see that in terms of fiscal and monetary capacity. The ability of developed countries to respond has been far greater than most developing economies, although some developing economies have been innovative in terms of being able to find appropriate instruments to at least mitigate some of the downside effects. So that was an important point we wanted to make. A second point, I think, you know, is that whilst the health crisis is on everybody's mind, in many respects, the immediate impact of COVID on many developing countries was on the economic front before the health crisis hit. There was a very vicious cycle that kind of hit developing countries very early as risk sentiment shifted and capital flew out of developing countries, exchange rates collapsed, export earnings collapsed, remittances fell, tourist revenues obviously were hit. So there was a very vicious cycle hit developing countries very early on in this crisis, and they have not, most of them have been unable to recover from that, with one or two exceptions, mainly in the East Asian region. So the report describes all this stuff. This is pretty familiar stuff. I think a lot of people's mind, and ours, was very much on the nature of the kind of recovery path that was already beginning to take shape in the summer. We anticipated a kind of 4.1% global growth for next year, as the economy in the second half of this year began to show serious signs of recovery. I think it's important in that context to recognize that we made certain assumptions, most of which are probably wrong, about the world economy this year. We made the assumption there would be no repeat lockdowns. There are already lockdowns taking place, particularly in Europe. We assume policy continuity. I'm not sure that's happening. Certainly in the United States, they've had trouble following up on the CARES Act. We assume there's no financial shocks. So far, there hasn't really been financial shocks, but there are a lot of financial fragilities that are looming on the horizon. So it's an uncertain, it's a highly uncertain recovery path that we are looking at, and we need to be very circumspect about the kind of projections that we're making here. One thing that, though, and it came up in the previous discussions, that is clear that the impact, the recovery itself will be highly unequal and likely unequalizing. And I think there was a reference to QE. Someone talked about the unequalizing nature of QE, which we've already begun to see, which was certainly the case after the 2009 crisis. And it's certainly been the case so far in response to COVID. 845 billion is the amount that the portfolios of American billionaires has increased as a consequence of this crisis. I mean, it's an astounding figure, and beneath that, those who have access to capital, broadly defined, whether that's financial assets or digital assets or related skills. I mean, clearly some people have been able to benefit from this crisis, and other people have been hit very, very hard and continue to be so. So the unequalizing nature of this crisis, which I think is actually different from previous crises, is something that we raise in the report. We haven't developed it, but I think in the context of the discussion today is actually very important. So that was the broad picture. I think that's a familiar thing. I think the second point that we did want to make, can I control this, or is someone controlling this slide?
I can control it. It says it's waiting for you to control the screen. I'm not sure if there's something you need to do on your side, but in any case, I can.
I did hit it. It says give up remote control, but I don't seem to have remote control.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not really familiar.
Can you change the next? Can you shift to the next slide?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
There you go. I'm not. Well, maybe I can control it now. This is just a further indication of the asymmetry of responsibilities between the advanced economies and the developing, even relatively middle-income developing countries like South Africa or Argentina or Indonesia. Clearly, their capacity to respond to this kind of shock has been far weaker than the advanced economies. We know that. The second point we wanted to make was that we've heard a lot of the language that we're hearing in response to COVID-19, recovering better, building back better, everyone needs to be in the boat to get, we've heard this before. This is exactly the same language that we heard after the 2009 crisis. And indeed, there was a fairly bold response to that crisis, forged in the context of the G20 after the global financial crisis, in terms of coordinated expansion, the need for talk about redistributionary measures, talk about the need to regulate the financial sector, etc. And it was essentially honored. It was not really honored in terms of or at least it petered out very quickly for reasons that I guess we're all familiar with. Particularly the turn to austerity and the tendency to emphasize monetary over fiscal policy, focus on competing our way out of this crisis, which was a code word in most of these discussions we participated in for flexible labor markets and cutting wage costs. A focus on asset markets and pumping up stock markets in the hope that this would trickle down in some way to the rest of it. I think we're all familiar with the reasons why recovery from 2009 failed, and why, as a consequence, when the COVID crisis hit, the world economy and its constituent parts were in a particularly weak place. I mean, the world economy was not in good shape in 2019 and early 2020. On the contrary, I mean, we expected a recession ourselves this year. We didn't in any way anticipate COVID-19, but we certainly saw enough fragilities and fractures in the global economy that a recession was a strong possibility this year if things went wrong. And it's an important point to make, I think. I mean, it was frustrating in the context of Donald Trump being able to claim that the US economy was in great shape as he entered this election, when clearly it wasn't for many people. But you know, Biden was quite incapable of presenting an alternative economic agenda. There's a serious question that I think came up from the last session about whether we've actually learned the lessons from the 2009 crisis and the subsequent decade. And I think the jury is still out on that issue. We've certainly seen all kinds of taboo breaking policies implemented, particularly on the macro and monetary fronts. But then you get quotes like this one from Ted Kaufman, who I think is heading the Biden transition team, you know, which is a classic 2010 comment: when we get in, the pantry is going to be bare, and so austerity is round the corner as the only way to make the adjustments to the large amount of spending that governments have already been forced to undertake. So we are worried that the lessons have not been learned from the 2008-2009 crisis.
And just a quick interjection to say that you have 4 minutes left.
Okay, well, I mean, the second point, and I think that comes out of our analysis of the previous decade, is that part of the reason why the recovery was so weak is that the underlying conditions, a series of underlying conditions, simply were left unaddressed over the course of the previous decade, that left the economy in such a weak position in 2019, early 2020. And they're familiar. These are things that we've been talking about in UNCTAD and the Trade and Development Report for the last 4, 5, 6 years. The extent of inequality, the failure of developing countries to diversify away from dependence on commodities or a handful of low scale manufacturers, the insufficiency of investment or the weakness of investment, of course, environmental stress, and the dependence for the anemic growth that has taken place on mounting levels of debt, and not just public debt, but private debt. Those are the underlying conditions that, if they're not addressed coming out of COVID-19, will in fact lead to a particularly weak recovery over the coming decade. And that's in a way what the report has tried to focus on this year. And I can't change the slide, unfortunately. It seems to have gone again. I'm going to leave Alyssa to talk about the inequality story. We have a story in there about inequality that I think brings in the gender dimension that I hope Alyssa will pick up on, because she contributed to that work in an earlier iteration of the Trade and Development Report. I think, just quickly, we do not like the narrative that UN people love, that the problem of inequality is people being left behind. We don't think that is an appropriate way of framing the inequality challenge. No, very few people are left behind in a hyper-globalized world. Lots of people are being thrown under the bus, but being thrown under a bus is very different from being left behind as that bus pulls out of the station. And I think a lot of the tendency to reduce this to people being left behind doesn't get at the underlying structural and institutional problems that perpetuate inequality under the rules of the game that we call hyperglobalization. I will leave Alyssa to kind of maybe develop that a little bit, particularly in the context of gender segregation, where she's done a lot of work. I can't change it. That was just next slide. If someone's changing it, next slide. Because what I just want to make a comparison of, because it's what we did in this report, was to try and tease out the likely consequences of repeating the kind of policy packages that were prevalent after 2009, compared with what we think is the kind of growth revival alternative that needs to be followed in both advanced and developing countries. And we have a model in UNCTAD that allows us to undertake some kind of modeling exercise of these different scenarios. The business as usual scenario would be a combination of fiscal contraction, free trade agreements, structural policies, and quantitative easing. And we show in the modeling exercise that we do, both for the global economy and its constituent parts, that this would not only lead to very low rates of growth, growing inequality as measured by the labor share of income in total income, and stress for government financing with a very high government debt to GDP ratio, even though that policy is sold as being a fiscally responsible strategy that would ease the burden on government finances. In fact, it would lead to a worsening of government finances. And we identify this strategy as a lost decade for the global economy in general and for developing economies in particular. It's a decade that you can kiss the sustainable development goals goodbye, because it's impossible to deliver those goals under this kind of policy regime. The alternative policy regime, next slide, is I think one that I think was talked about in one way or another in the last session. It's this kind of what we see as a progressive alternative around the idea of a Green New Deal, building resilience with full employment as a focal point. We can have a discussion of that, but if we get to full employment, I can assure you that would be a significant change in most people's lives. Whether it's sufficient or not, it would be a tremendously significant change. And the need for appropriate macro policies beefed up with labor market and income policies to deliver that. Strong and sustained public spending, including in the care economy, decarbonization, a different way of delivering public goods like public transport. Progressive taxation, including controlling corporate rent seeking, particularly for our constituency, the need to diversify their economies, as I said, the use of industrial policy and various financial support measures, public banks, etc. So this is the alternative that we tried to model in our work, and we show that it's not only better for growth, but it's better for income distribution in terms of the share of wages measured in terms of the share of wages in overall total income, and ironically, it's better for fiscal balances. That is, at the end of this process, you get a more stable government budgets than you would under the austerity alternative, for the reasons that we know, that the public finance depends not only on the numerator, government spending, but also the denominator, that is overall government income. So that's an exercise we undertake in the report. I think next slide, and I'll finish on this, although it's a bit rough. Next slide. I mean, the problem that our constituency faces, and it came up in the discussion, is that can developing countries participate in this kind of strategy, given the constraints on both policy and fiscal space that they tend to face? in particular, in this in this report, we look at fiscal space. We've endlessly talked about policy space and the restraints that have been imposed on developing countries in that area. And this is where the real concern is for most developing countries, given that they were already in a very stressful situation when it comes to many of them in their debt positions prior to COVID-19. And I don't want to go through the details, but many developing countries, given the scale of these external constraints that they continue to face, are simply not in a position to pursue the kind of expansionary policies that they need to be able to recover in a more resilient way from the global financial crisis. Next couple of slides, you can skip. I don't need to go through the issue. I mean, the external debt problem, I think, and the point that these slides is simply making, this is not just a problem for commodity exporters or the least developed countries. This is a problem for all developing countries at all levels of income. It's that you have high and middle income developing countries that are facing this kind of challenge, and they can't address the challenge simply by boosting domestic resource mobilization. They need external support. And what we've tried to do in this report is to identify both the short-term and the longer-term measures that will be needed to ensure that developing countries do have the fiscal space to be able to engage in some sort of expansionary policy, ideally linked to the kind of Green New Deal that we've been talking elsewhere. Next slide, I think, very quickly. And again, these are the measures that came up in previous discussions, and the need for special drawing rights, the need to, the G20 effort of the debt service suspension initiative is just too weak and unfocused to be able to address this problem. Their failure to address the kind of illicit financial flows and international tax kind of alternatives that were discussed in all that stuff is essentially missing. And ironically, it's all available within the current multilateral system. And so there are a whole series of measures that the existing system should be capable of introducing to help developing countries alleviate their fiscal and other external constraints. And we in the report, we try and identify those. I think there's a bigger problem, though, that we talk about, and I'll finish on this point, that even if you accept these kinds of interim measures that are available to developing countries, the current structure of the multilateral system simply is not fit for purpose when it comes to not simply addressing the shock and recovering, but recovering in a way that is sustainable, that addresses the challenges of inequality, including gender inequality that we've been talking about, and that there is, and final slide, there is a need for a much more ambitious reform of the multilateral agenda. That progressives need to be much more forceful in articulating if we are going to live up to the rhetoric of recovering better and the rhetoric of the Sustainable Development Goals itself. Because without these kinds of measures, of which dealing with the debt problem and the need for an independent a global debt authority is central, because the IMF can't solve this problem. The IMF is a creditor itself. I think without these kinds of ambitious measures, the UN's own agenda is undeliverable. I'm a great believer in Martin Luther King's reference to the tranquil drug of gradualism being insufficient to address these kinds, and much of what we hear from the international community is the tranquil drug of gradualism, and it's simply not able to deliver on the promises that they are constantly making, particularly to the developing world. But we would argue it's not just the developing world that suffers from these kinds of constraints and problems. It goes beyond that. I'll leave it there. Sorry.
Great, thanks so much for this very comprehensive, albeit also quite depressing global picture and overview. And also thanks for ending on the whole question of global governance and multilateralism, which we'll also address in much greater depth still in the next session. Now we're going to go to Elisa to respond and hopefully help us put a strong gender and feminist lens on all of this.
Thank you. It's nice to see everyone. I'm sorry that I wasn't here this morning. I got double booked. I obviously missed a lot, but it's getting recorded, so I'll watch it later. I wanted to just take the opportunity. One of the nice things about being invited to do this today was it gave me occasion to pause and look at the Trade and Development Report this year, which was just published right in September. And I want to encourage folks, if you just have 20 minutes to read the overview, it's a really nice sort of statement of the rest of the Trade and Development Report and brings out all of the key issues that Richard touched on. So I only have a few minutes for my comments. So I want to just bring up some questions that relate to some of the key points that Richard was talking about. And I have a little PowerPoint. It's very short. So can you see it, Silky? Yeah, okay, cool. So these comments, they come in 3 sets, and they emerge from work that I've done on gender issues in the context of structural transformation and productivity growth, the question of Green New Deals, which has definitely been an element of a lot of the Build Back Better sort of narrative, and then questions around social reproduction and economic development. And again, I'm sure that all of these issues were touched on this morning, but maybe some of the questions that I bring up, in particular in relation to Richard's presentation, might give a little bit of a different perspective, approach, entry point, emphasis. So in terms of structural transformation and productivity growth, I want to draw out some of the work that I did at UNCTAD on this question in terms of the interrelationships between gender inequality and class inequality. And much of that work was done in conjunction with Stephanie Seguino. So as many of you are probably familiar, the changing structures of production and distribution as the process of industrialization proceeds involve the reallocation of labor and other resources from lower productivity production to higher productivity production. And in the current era of sort of hyper-globalization, we've seen many failures of this process that have led to stalled industrialization, premature deindustrialization, and instead we've had the growth of informal, low productivity service sector types of employment. In the work that Stephanie and I did on these questions while we were at UNCTAD, we looked in particular on the gender elements of these dynamics and looked at the costs of exclusion in terms of class inequality. And in particular, we put forward the point that women's relative access to good jobs that are generated during the process of industrialization, in particular more formal sector jobs, higher wage jobs, jobs that are more likely to be associated with benefits and internal job ladders, in particular those that have been traditionally associated with the growth of the industrial sector in the processes of development, are also an important determinant of the labor share of income. So there is a relationship between, an empirical relationship between women's relative access to good jobs and gender segregation, and then the consequences for the labor share of income, meaning that the better women do in the job market, the better labor does overall, right? So that there is a complementarity between gender equality and labor's bargaining power relative to capital. We also find important evidence that technological change and various measures of neoliberal globalization worsen these outcomes or weaken these relationships. So a question that I have then, looking back on the kinds of work that's done on structural transformation and how to improve these processes, is how do policies aimed at structural transformation and productivity growth take these gender relationships into consideration? So typically we have these discussions about structural transformation and productivity growth over here in this one sort of macro area, and then gender inequality in a different one. How do we bridge the two together in meaningful ways? On to the second question of Green New Deals. It's an increasingly important component of building back better. I think it is important also to look specifically at what these narratives include and what they don't. I've done a little bit of work on approaches to green growth and different approaches to green growth, and want to emphasize that some of them are more sort of include more kind of neoliberal market fundamentalist principles than others. I think that what we generally talk about when we talk about Green New Deals, we can also think of in terms of green Keynesianism, where you have sort of fiscal stimulus that is designed to address climate change through retrofitting and infrastructure building, while also raising economic efficiency and generating employment. But other approaches emphasize more how markets fail to price natural assets or ecosystem services, and emphasize that these outcomes are socially inefficient, and the introduction of, say, carbon taxes or improved property rights to improve on market functioning. There's another approach to kind of green growth that advocates that environmental policy can raise rates of innovation and productivity growth. And these last two, I think it's important to remember that their main features are about how to get market mechanisms to work better. So in that sense, they're also emphasizing more supply side sort of interventions. But I think when we talk about Green New Deals, right, we're generally talking about green Keynesianism and groups like this. And I think it's important to remember or think about in that context the risk of women's marginalization, and to be very specific about what we're talking about. When we talk about Green New Deals, particularly in terms of how they are designed to affect climate change and decarbonization, the vast majority of jobs that are targeted are located in the types of industries that are male dominated, which is not energy, but energy, construction, transport, aluminum, iron and steel. Women, to the extent that they are in these kinds of industries that may be targeted, tend to be concentrated in the lower value added rungs of green jobs that already exist, those that are more likely to be informal, for instance, like waste collection or recycling. So a question is, how can we more specifically engender Green New Deals, right, in a way that makes the targeting of investments in decarbonization, for instance, complementary to improving gender equality? And I guess the point here is that we need to be intentional and specific about it. And I'm probably talking too long. Just one more minute here. On social reproduction and economic development, I'm sure you've talked a lot about it this morning. There's been a lot of great feminist work on the role of care work from a macro perspective, in particular around paid care work as a generator of employment and how it feeds into aggregate demand. There's also been theoretical work, which I and others have contributed to, on the relationship between care work and both short and long run productivity growth. So when I say short productivity growth, I mean day-to-day sort of levels of productivity growth. And calls for, among this group and others, including UNCTAD, for classifying public spending on social infrastructure is really excellent. But I think we also need in these calls to refine our understanding of how such investments actually feed into innovation and productivity growth. I think we have in this sort of thinking about productivity growth and thinking about countries that have been successful in using, for instance, export-led growth to fuel industrialization and development, such as in the East Asian NICs. I think we underappreciate how investments in health and education and declines in fertility and increases in female labor force participation, for instance, supported these classic efforts. So some questions that arise out of this perspective. What do innovation or industrial policies that include the care sector actually look like, right? It's one thing to call for a consideration of them and to include them, but what do they look like? And a question that I've asked for a long time, and it sounds like you've talked about it a little bit this morning, but to what extent can the expansion of paid care work drive development and productivity growth, right? And this gets back into questions about the relationship, for instance, between spending on social infrastructure and innovation and productivity growth. Okay, that's it. Thank you. And let's start the share.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Alyssa. Lots of food for thought, I think, also resonating with what was mentioned in the previous session on kind of getting to these second order questions of what do some of these things actually look like in practice. Over to Busi for her response, and then we'll open up for discussion.
Thank you, and it's been a great pleasure being here. There's a lot of conversations that resonate deeply, and particularly I'll draw one from the previous session around consumption versus investment. I think that is a key argument we're having with National Treasury right now, right? So when we think about education and teachers' salaries, are teachers' salaries consumption or are they an investment into education? And so I found myself really resonating with a lot of those questions, which are a continuous struggle. But focusing now on this particular presentation, I think the first thing that stood out to me was hyper inequality is systematic and cumulative. And of course, this is expected. I'm from South Africa, right? And inequality in South Africa is deeply systematic, right? Because of the historical accumulation of wealth and the deep wealth inequality that we experience. 10% of the population effectively hold 90% of the wealth. And so one of my first considerations and thinking was, is our feminist economics thinking decolonized enough? And by that, I mean, are we taking into considerations? And there's a difference between starting with how do we move from here versus how do we start from the past and correct the past and ensure that justice is met and then move forward, right? Like these processes are different. And connected to that question, and I'm going to give you a lot of questions, but the one is really, are we being intersectional enough? And even in our thinkings of the future, and I think about this a lot. In South Africa, the average person is a young, poor Black woman. Are this person's views or perceptions of the future? And then when I think about sustainability, what is sustainability to them? Of course, there's macroeconomic sustainability, but there's also household sustainability, which are sort of the things that a decolonized perspective would take into account, right? So, you know, without perpetuating the traditional ways of thinking, but someone's future sustainability is, you know, having children. There's a cultural component. There's a, you know, that is beyond economics. And how do we think about those in our feminist plan for the future? How do we infuse cultural, how do we infuse political context? How do we think about these things? The second one that comes to mind is, what does sequencing look like? You know, we are in an emergency moment. And I'll give you a quick overview of South Africa. You know, in South Africa, we know that when there was an initial lockdown, 3 million people lost their jobs. 60% of those were women, particularly Black women. And Black women in South Africa are already systematically more unemployed than any other race or gender group, right? So, and most of these jobs were actually lost in the household work industry, right? So care work. And so when we think about, you know, the commercialization of care work and so forth, and what happens in crises, what happens to job security, what, you know, what are the historical dimensions? And South Africa, of course, has a very long history of why care work is the way it is, and it's racialized, you know, and it's patriarchal in particular ways. And so how do we think about that? And, you know, and also in this current emergency moment, National Treasury is telling us we're going to grow in a V-shaped way. And of course, we all know this is not going to happen. But really, I think what the question is saying is, what is our feminist emergency response? And this question is really not about the long term, but it's to say right now, how do we ensure that people will be protected, that women will be protected, because there's definitely a crisis of social reproduction. But what are, and I guess the suggestion is to say, when thinking about our feminist plan, what is our sequencing? What are the immediate things that need to be done? And of course, staggered, because we're all from different countries and have different contexts. But what are the long-term and the medium-term goals? Of course, we want to achieve everything now, but you know, we know there's constraints. But also lastly, there's an attack, a strong attack on labor. And this has already been mentioned, and in South Africa it's the same. These ideas that salaries are too high, and how do we prevent from regressing in terms of minimum wage gains that have made thus far? How do we make sure that we stop this, you know, before it even gets anywhere further? So my next question is really number 3, I guess. Third question is, how do we meet people's material needs and capture their imaginations? So the material needs speaks to that emergency response I was talking about immediately. And obviously coming from South Africa, as I've already stated, it's an issue of this requires a greater struggle than an academic struggle. And of course, I work in civil society, so a lot of my work is in movement building. But all the wins that have ever happened in South Africa were through class struggle, were through, you know, revolution, if I were to simplify it that way. And so I think a lot about how does our feminist plan bring in the ordinary South African, which I've already stated as a young, poor Black woman in the Eastern Cape. How do we bring those people into this? How do we not reproduce paternalism as experts of this field, as people who understand economics, can speak the language? How do we make sure that our feminist plans are not exclusive, which is far from what feminist economics is, at least to me, you know? And the last one is really a question of power. Feminist economics speaks, you know, to a great length, as we all know, about power and the power struggle. And what is emerging in South Africa is that people who are not in, there's a political settlement that's established itself as the dominant view, and it's part of the global dominant view. And I think about this a lot. 59 countries have planned fiscal consolidation over the next 3 years, right? And more, of course, are going to do this, right? Austerity is going to be the new hot topic of the day for the next 3 years. In South Africa, austerity is planned for 5 years. And so for me, yes, we talk about power dynamics, we talk about economic power, we talk about household power, but fundamentally, I think, how do we challenge state power, you know, and in a particular way? And of course, there's instruments around this. There's the Constitution of South Africa, which can be leveraged. There's the international norms and standards that you can leverage on human rights. But I think sitting here and reflecting continuously and feeling a great frustration of saying, you know, as a young South African and wanting, you know, to have a voice heard, where does one even begin to input these, you know, these feminist ideas? Even, you know, we've done a whole lot of research about why austerity doesn't work. And we've done a lot of great research. We've answered a lot of these questions we're speaking about today. But how do we really put the feminist plan on the agenda in our respective countries is where that question is coming from. So in thinking about this feminist plan, I guess it's more, I'm saying we need a process-led kind of approach as well, in addition to the theoretical and the practical things. And so Those are my, many questions. I apologize. And I wish I had answers to all of them. But those are some of my reactions in reading and thinking about, what these statistics in particular mean for a feminist agenda and plan in the current context. Thank you.
Thanks, Busi. I think that brought really, really important points and perspectives to the discussion around, especially also from your perspective on the national level on how to build alliances, how to win, the heart of people, but also kind of change the minds of policymakers and the way things are done within the state. We have about 15 minutes, I think, for discussion. If you raise your hands in the chat, then I can kind of try to sequence you in. I'm pretty sure lots of people have reactions. I see Diane raising her hand on the screen, but please others feel free to come forward as well. And there have been some interesting exchanges in the chat as well, building on the notion of Green New Deal to talk about a purple New Deal and so on. Over to you, Diane.
Yes, so to follow up on what Busi said and also what Gul was saying in the chat, I think the question of an intersectional approach to talk about Green New Deal is really, really important, because otherwise the Green New Deal becomes a way of creating more jobs for the white male working class that already had those kind of jobs in the past and might hope to get them again in the future. So I think it has to be accompanied with targeted measures to make sure that those who've been excluded from that kind of good job in the past get jobs in whatever Green New Deal. And that means I think it has to both have the investment in the decarbonisation, the transport, the energy and so forth, but it has to be accompanied by investment in the care sector as well. And there has to be specific policies to address the occupational segregation that will otherwise mean that this becomes, I think, more or less everywhere, kind of male Green New Deal, or male, and in countries like the UK and the USA, a white male Green New Deal. So I do think that really has to be on the agenda. And I think Busi's point about capturing imagination is very important for the UN Women team to think about. We thought about that quite a bit when we were doing our commission on a gender equal economy. And the reason why we framed it in terms of creating a caring economy, which goes beyond investment in the care sectors, is exactly to try and capture people's imagination, think about the economy in new ways. And I'm sure other people may have great ideas how to do that. But I think to move processes and build coalitions, you also have to have ways of capturing people's imaginations. I think that's something really important to work on. And I do want to press Richard a little bit on one issue, which is about full employment. Unless we're very careful about what we mean by that and how we define it, again becomes a very kind of male breadwinner type of concept. Because actually lots of people have over full employment in the sense that they have to do too much work and they're absolutely exhausted, 3 part-time jobs to make ends meet and so forth. And I think that's why James perhaps made the point in his paper about a kind of more nuanced approach to employment targets and thinking about a range of ways of thinking about the employment target, and Gita's talking about the sort of granular approach, looking a bit more detail. So I think perhaps moving beyond that. And I think they're also moving beyond a bit this idea you can only have a good wage if you're in a high productivity job. Because one of the things that the crisis has shown us is actually the so-called essential workers are often in low wage, low productivity jobs. And again, I think that opens up space for a different way of thinking about the link between wages and productivity and the way that actually power relations shape that relationship, and trying to break that notion that you can only have a good job and a high wage if you're in a quote high productivity occupation. So it'd be good to think of some new ways of thinking about that. And finally, thank you, Richard. It was kind of really great to have that all laid out. And I raise a question that might also discuss in the next session, which is what's going to break this apart? I mean, I think we're all in agreement probably on the problems that you laid out. And I sit on the UN Committee for Development Policy, and everybody's already agreed that this is the big problem we want to take up, but nobody sees what's the lever that's going to change it. What are levers? Is there a kind of crisis point that's going to change it? Are there changes in governments that's going to change it? But what is actually going to change that terrible situation that you've laid out, Sir Richard, that really constrains what countries in the South can do in terms of having a more progressive recovery?
Thanks, Diane. Can I make a suggestion, since we don't have that much time, that we take everybody's comments and questions and then turn back to the presenters at the end of the session to kind of answer what they can and as they wish. So I have on my list Ilene, Gita, Bhumika, and then others. I'll take them. So Ilene.
Okay, great. That's Ilene. I just wasn't sure it was me. Great. So thanks for the really interesting presentation, Richard, and for the comments on the presentation. I wanted to raise just two quick things that I'd just be interested in your reflections on. One is the issue of resilience. I mean, in the TDR, which is, obviously always immensely valuable, and this year's was particularly so, there's not that much discussion of resilience, and I think it's implicit in many of the different kinds of proposals that you articulate toward the end of the report and in the end of your remarks. But I'd just be interested to know kind of why that term is not kind of at the center of some of your discussions. The second thing I wanted to raise is a kind of question of kind of rhetoric or branding. And I know that UNCTAD's gotten, really far behind the idea of a global Green New Deal, which I think is, incredibly valuable. But I think sometimes I feel a bit uncomfortable about the New Deal language, not the spirit behind it, of course, I support, but the language. I mean, when we think about the New Deal itself, it was exclusionary, it was racialized, it was masculinized, as I know Diane pointed out. It privileged large firms, it privileged the global north. Of course, I know that that is not UNCTAD's intention in branding around the New Deal language, but I feel somewhat more comfortable with the idea of a new social compact or something else, rather than the New Deal language, which so many people on the left are using right now. And I guess I feel like it at least deserves a footnote in some of the work when it's invoked as a new approach. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Gita.
Thanks. Richard, I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to ask you just one. There's a lot of concerns at this point about the extent to which governments and countries in the South are actually going to be able to do anything except focus on health. And that's because I've been, I'm quite involved in the vaccine discussions in India. And nobody who knows the system is expecting that any of these vaccines is going to reach a significant number of the, proportion of the population for anywhere between 4 to 5 years. And if that's going to be the case, then does your report, does TDR 2020 take into account the fact that we are going to see a dramatic worsening of global inequality between the vaccine haves and the vaccine have-nots, of massive proportions, which is going to have a lot of spillover effects into economy, economic policies, what's available to even support anything other than just getting health systems and the health sector to work. And I think, I mean, that's the thing. And it seems to me, you know, from that perspective, purple, green, anything looks like pie in the sky. I mean, just the thought that it will take us 5 years to come out of this is huge. And I was wondering, you know, if you have comments on that, if the report goes anywhere in this direction, and what you know, anything that you might have to say.
Thank you. I have Bhumika, Philogene, and then James. And then I'm afraid I think we'll have to wrap up this session with comments by the presenters. And we're still probably going to run a little bit over. So we discussed we may then do like just a short 5-minute break before we reconvene for the next session. So over to Bhumika and then Philogene and James.
Hi, thanks everyone. This is an incredibly rich discussion. I'm in agreement with all of the different comments. I just have 3 quick points that I wanted to share and percolate and ask on. One is the degree to which the Green New Deal discussions invoke a previous discussion around the 1970s where political economists from the Global South were reacting to the Club of Rome and limits to growth narratives. And this was in some part the origins of this sustainable development discourse. And so we've got political economy notions of macrostructuralism, structural theory, dependency theory, where they were trying to argue that, look, environmental challenges need to be addressed as a national development strategy. We need to look at distributional equity within and between nations, intergenerational and intragenerational structural transformation, all of the things which are laid out that all of you know about, and in particular, the high consumption patterns of the North. So the sustainable consumption and production discussion, which sometimes gets sidelined in the financing discussions around international financial architecture reform. So here I wanted to kind of invoke also that here we have also migrant care worker chains that are very much embedded in global value chains that greatly subsidize accumulation in richer income groups and richer countries, right? So the ways we look at structural transformation and these worker chains and how it invokes previous discussions, you know, people like Mahbub ul Haq, people like Samir Amin, dependency theorists that were looking at this question as well, are resonant with today's discussion of Green New Deal. Second, I just wanted to bring up that for most global South countries, especially with the fallout of COVID, we see this reproduction expansion of the debt to austerity trap that we're very well seeing now with IMF loans, emergency financing set to introduce austerity conditions in 2021 by spring 2021, most of the documents are showing. So in this reality of no structural systemic solution to debt in terms of debt restructuring, much less immediate cancellation, no private sector coordination or cooperation, the G20 common framework not giving any directives to the private sector. So you have this very big reality of a debt to austerity trap being reproduced. Now, how in this context can we talk about the kind of scaled up public investments for a global Green New Deal? And in this context, wanted to bring up, you know, kind of reinvigorating the discussion around the structural dependency on external capital borrowing and the kind of ratings and assessment mechanisms that international capital markets use to govern inclusion, access into borrowing. And here, of course, the credit rating agencies, which I know Ilene will also talk about, IMF Article 4 surveillance reports, and the World Bank's doing business indicators. And important to note that actually World Bank doing business indicators has been canceled for 2020 because of data irregularities. And there is a call to sort of eradicate the doing business indicators scheme. And just in closing to say that I really support this idea of decolonizing economic methodology and economic theorization, really looking at the foundation of economics in colonial hierarchies, racialized and gendered hierarchies, and also the power knowledge construct, the hegemony of a particular neoliberal, neoclassical orthodoxy, which has really curtailed the pluralism of different economic theories and ideas.
Thank you. Over to fellow Jean.
So thank you to all the presenters. I think it was a fantastic presentation. I really want to agree with Busi when she talks about us needing to center material needs. I think we invoke Cabral, who always says, always bear in mind that people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's heads, but they're fighting to win material benefits. And so for us, especially who work around feminist organizing, we tend to also think about not just meeting the material needs, but also how this work is political work and deeply political work. Having said that, I think there are certain two things that I wanted to emphasize. One is capturing the political imagination around the possibilities within this time. I think we have seen a lot of experiments coming up. We've seen the Hawaii Feminist Economic Recovery Plan. I think now we have 4 others, North Ireland, Canada, and AWID will be holding a conversation around this to just see what experiments can blossom with this, within this crisis. And so I think my question to the speakers is, when we look at the production relations, the social relations, and the moment that we are in, how can we continue to put up pressure that squashes the myth of the inevitability and pervasiveness of neoliberal capitalism? And particularly, I think I would like to hear from Busi, because I think she had begun to intimate towards that. But then just wondering, what are some of the real tangible experiments and possibilities that we can advance in this moment?
Thank you. Great question. I was thinking about the same for Busi as well, to kind of maybe reflect a little bit what maybe even in quite a neoliberal kind of state setup and economic policy setup like South Africa, where maybe some of the entry points of changing minds. I now have James, and then we would go back to the speakers, I would say perhaps in reverse order, starting with Busi, Elisa, and then finishing up with Richard.
My point's really quick, and it's just a follow-up on Diane's comment about low wages linked to low productivity jobs, high wages to high productivity jobs in the policy responses to COVID, is that I think there's been a big opening up of spaces to de-link access to a basic income from productivity in the labor market. With all the cash transfers that have been made and implemented in many countries, it's started a conversation and a big kind of space for actually re-engaging with the idea of a basic income and basic income grants. How that plays itself out with austerity and all of that's a big question. But this idea that we can actually de-link incomes from at least a basic income from your productivity in the labor market, I think that there's a lot of potential there with the cash transfers that are being made right now.
Great, thank you. So let's move on to closing. Busi, do you want to start to finish?
Sure, and I'll be quick. So I think the issues of wages and productivity for me, also just to add to those comments, needs to be had in the context of excess wealth. And the reason why I raised this is particularly in South Africa, you know, like I said, 10% of the population has 90% of the wealth, and it's racialized, it's patriarchal, it's all the things we fight against. But critically, 55% of South Africa's population lives below the upper bound poverty line. For a country with a GDP like we have, certainly there are people walking away with way larger pieces of the pie than they should be. And to me, that is critical that we tackle excess wealth head on, right? Like it can't just be a tax redistributive model. That is not enough. We know that people evade taxes. Like, so we need to think about real instruments to prevent excess wealth in many ways. And in terms of the Green New Deal, and I like all these comments that are happening, I think the struggle we're having here is that we're talking about a just transition from Eskom, which is our main power producer, and it's coal oriented. But I work with trade unions, and trade unions are male dominated. And so in a way, you know, I think I just wanted to reflect on this personal struggle, which is that it's almost like we're being pit, you know, because when I work with these trade unions who are the best positioned to advance a just transition narrative, it also means that I might not win the patriarchy argument, right? So it's I guess it's more like expressing the challenge that I am facing personally, around how do we progress certain ideas and yeah, like what are the trade-offs? And I hate the word trade-offs because, you know, National Treasury tells us between education and health, you must choose, which I hate all the time. So very triggered by this notion of trade-offs. But just to say that and that's why I asked the question of sequencing, because it is critical that we understand contextually that some of the wins are more immediate than others. But it's not fair also to say feminist views must come later, you know, of course, something like that. But yeah, so that's the one. And the last question about neoliberal capitalism and the entry points, I think what we have seen in this moment is that governments are responding in unprecedented ways, which is another word that's the norm now. But to say that, what can we see and pick up from what they've done? So in South Africa, they introduced a caregiver grant. It is the first time in the history of South Africa that a caregiver grant was introduced. And I think it was almost by mistake, right? What they were trying to do is increase the child grants. But effectively what they ended up doing, because they didn't want to give each child an increase, they created a caregiver grant as a way to basically reduce costs. But for me, the continuous questions is in the emergency responses we've seen, how do we leverage those and make those changes permanent, right? So if your country instituted a universal basic income grant, how do you leverage that and make that a feature forever, right, of your country? And so, you know, those are some of the entry points that we've been thinking about a lot around what has been instituted that was different. South African Reserve Bank, for the first time, has responded in ways that they've never really been engaged in our economy. They're sort of an independent looker onto the economy. But in this moment, they've demonstrated that by cutting interest rates, they can cut government's cost of borrowing, because 90% of South Africa's debt is actually in South African rands. So how do we take these narratives? You know, and it's a tricky one, because I asked that question of, you know, like, how do we capture people's imaginations, which is a difficult one. But to say, in this neoliberal capitalism framework, this crisis has given us ideas that I think we can really latch on and make a reality. And we have to not miss that opportunity, because, you know, even in South Africa, I think we're almost losing slowly. We managed to win some of the fights. We managed to win the extension of the COVID special grant to be extended for a further 3 months, which was targeted at unemployed people. But it's still very punitive to women, because if you are a woman and you're a beneficiary of, you know, the child grants for your children, you are excluded from this grant. And so, you know, it's that thing that I said, trade-offs, which I hate, but at the same time, it's like, what would be more effective for gender equity? You know, and I guess this is the question, right? Would you big in South Africa right now be successful? Probably not, but could we achieve the same goal with other instruments? I mean, I would love for you big to happen, but if it doesn't happen, what is my next step down to ensure that the same impacts are, you know, materialized? And that's where the material needs component is, because it can't be all or nothing. We can't, you know, bet on you big or nothing. It has to be you big, or if we fail, at least can we please have, you know, Black women who are the majority caregivers in this country taken care of. So yeah, that's my response to the neoliberal capitalism question.
Thank you. That's great. And I think the point about sequencing, again, is really important, and how to connect the immediate response to this longer term, maybe using some of the elements of the immediate response to create policy legacies and feedback effects that are positively reinforced over the long term. Of course, the same can happen in the reverse, so that then needs to be avoided. Elissa.
Thank you. I'm going to make this quick. I just wanted to go back to this point about that folks were making about the Green New Deal and adding in the care sector and Purple New Deal, and I really appreciate the comments that Diane made in terms of, you know, disconnecting, right, how we traditionally think about high wage jobs and their connections with productivity and how those wages are determined. And I think it's really important, right, to internalize that to our thinking about, say, Green New Deals that incorporate the care sector. But I think we still need to do more work to understand how such an incorporation feeds into processes of development. And to what extent can this kind of work, care work, does it contribute to increases in productive capacity, where such increases are still needed to achieve development goals? So in situations where redistribution is not enough, where there still needs to be an increase in value added, how does the care sector contribute to those processes? Okay, now on to Richard.
Thanks a lot. There's a lot of questions here that I'm not going to pretend I have the time to answer, and some of them I think will be coming up again in the next session. It did Bhumika's comment did trigger a kind of hangover question that I had from the first session, which was who is the enemy here when you're coming up with your plan? Who are you challenging? There's a lot of talk about human capital and the human capital theory being the kind of the kind of narrative that you're up against, and I'm not sure that that really is the case. You know, certainly in our world, where finance takes on a very prominent role, the way in which the World Bank and the IMF are kind of capturing elements of a progressive agenda through the maximizing finance, risk management, converting everything into an asset class type discourse, is where I think, at least in the UN, we need to be contesting the kind of it's what Daniela Gabor called the shift from the Washington consensus to the Wall Street consensus, and I think that is, to me, that's where we need to be. That's the narrative that we really need to contest. I don't think the human capital kind of story is the one that I at least in our world that we're up against. But I guess that's something for the next. I guess that's something for the next session. The question. Interestingly, South Africa is an area where we've kind of had a lot of discussion about the Green New Deal, and can we extend it into the particular challenges of the developing world? I did a presentation to NECLAC, which is a government-based kind of corporatist parliamentary commission that brings together civil society, labor, and business, where, not surprisingly, and where the Reserve Bank was there but not willing to discuss, interestingly, but where labor was much more vocal, civil society was much more vocal. We also did a presentation to the Maverick, which I think is South Africa's leading online newspaper. And the gender issue didn't come up in any of those discussions, interestingly. I don't know what Busi thinks of that, but gender didn't come up as an issue. We're talking here, I think, about the feminizing or feminization of macro policy. You know, the central kind of, we very quickly in those contexts got onto the discussion of industrial policy, which is central to the Green New Deal narrative. no one talks about the feminization, or maybe I'm not aware of it. I don't know if there's a literature on the feminization of industrial policy and what that might mean, but I think that's a discussion that we should be having. And you know, and in the one of the critiques of industrial policy is that it focuses on industry and not other sectors of the economy, including the service, including the tertiary sector, which is where the care economy is nestled. And I, you know, it would be interesting to have a discussion about industrial policy from that perspective. I know Stephanie has talked about this a little bit in her work on industrial policy, but that's a discussion I think that we need to have, because industrial policy is central to the Green New Deal narrative. There's a story there that I think Alyssa knows better than I do, and it links to the discussion of what is essential work. You know, we tend to frame the distributional struggle in terms of capital versus labor. We've tried very hard in the work we've been doing in UNCTAD to introduce the central role of rents and rent seeking into, and this has a very strong, I think it has a very strong bearing on the discussion of what is essential work and what is productive and unproductive work. And I think that's an area that I think we need to work on a little bit more systematically in this particular context of the gender segmentation. But you know, it's clear that the so-called high productivity, high wage service sectors are essentially rent-seeking sectors. They're not high productivity in the way we think of that in manufacturing. They're sectors that capture large rents, essentially. And I think also a large part of caregivers depend on those rent seekers for their employment, and that probably complicates the whole politics of the distributional question. But I mean, I think the role of rents in this story is incredibly important. On full employment, I mean, I agree with Diane. You know, I mean, when this became a target back in the 1940s, you know, the discussions in the UK, you know, Beveridge said, oh, it should be 5%. And no, I think Beveridge said it, I think Keynes said it should be 5%, the full employment target. Beveridge said, oh, it should be 3%. And Keynes said, oh, that'd be nice if we can get it. I don't think it's I think the point about the full employment is it forces a different way of thinking about the policy agenda, rather than being narrowly defined as a fixed quantitative target. I think its importance is that it forces people to think differently about the policy agenda, rather than being narrowly defined as a crude target that we have to hit through a mixture of monetary and fiscal policies. For me anyway, it's not about that simple notion of targeting. It's much more about what kind of what mixture of policies you need to be able to generate the kind of employment that is consistent with a more inclusive and sustainable future. So I mean, in a sense, I agree with we have to be careful about it, but I don't think it's about reducing it to a kind of crude quantitative measure. I think in that context, there are, you know, it's interesting, you know, the Swedish model was about disconnecting wages and productivity. You know, we haven't gone back to the discussion of Rehn, Meidner, and all the stuff that was done in the 1970s when these issues were being discussed from a much more progressive perspective than they are today. And it's probably worth going back to looking at the debates around some of those initial attempts to disconnect wages and productivity in a kind of macroeconomic context. And just finally on the left, I mean, this is an old, we've had this discussion endlessly about the New Deal, and is it a kind of, you know, because of its close association with the US, because the original New Deal was racist in its intent, because Roosevelt had to bring in the Southern Democratic states, because there were clearly gender biases. I guess for me, I don't know if that really, I mean, why I prefer New Deal to for example, social contract, is that the New Deal always understood that there was a political, there were vested interests that needed to be challenged. That was in, you know, and Roosevelt with his understanding that finance was a part of the problem and that you needed to tackle finance, you needed to confront finance. And I think the New Deal in that sense is much more realistic as a metaphor about the need to understand that this is a contested terrain in a way that I'm not sure the social contract narrative understands, because it's a much fuzzier and kind of nicer thing in which people get together and we all agree that this is all good for everybody. And that's not the kind of struggle that I think we're in, either from a North-South perspective or a capital labor perspective or a male-female perspective. This is contested terrain, and the New Deal understood that they were on a contested terrain. And I wouldn't want to give that up for some fuzzier concept that involve multicolors and multicolorization in one way or another. And just lastly, the resilience, just to go Ilene's point, in a way, I guess, I mean, for me, the components of the New Deal, the original New Deal, were relief, recovery, redistribution, regulation. Those were the four components of the original New Deal. And if you get those things right, you have resilience. To me, in that sense, resilience is a residual category rather than being a standalone category. So if you get the New Deal story right, you've got resilience hardwired into your agenda. So I understand that resilience has become one of, you know, has become a concept that has resonated in the current circumstances. But I don't, you know, for me, it's secondary to the fundamentals of a New Deal, which revolve around those other categories.
Thanks so much.
Just on Geeta's again, just on Geeta's point. Sorry, on Geeta's point on you know, the health. I mean, one of the things that we've argued for is, and again, it comes out of the, you know, the original New Deal had an international component, the Bretton Woods story, the internationalization of the New Deal, which was behind Bretton Woods, you know, was a very progressive agenda. I think it's forgotten really, because by the 50s it was doing something differently. But the original intent of the New Dealers to internationalize it was actually something that we do need to rediscover. And the Marshall Plan, which I think was, despite all the geopolitics of it, which I fully understand, was actually the most progressive part of the New Deal. And so it's not an accident that we've argued that the way to deal with the health pandemic from a multilateral perspective is a Marshall Plan for global health, which is what we advocate in this year's Trade and Development Report. And it's had resonance with other initiatives from the President of Costa Rica, who has a fund for assisting countries to address the epidemic, something called FACE. But you know, and I guess, you know, again, using New Deal language, and one of the problems that we have, you know, the New Deal, when it internationalized, was about what is the arsenal for democracy that was needed to fight fascism. We don't have the language of an arsenal of the pandemic to fight COVID-19, but we should do. We should be talking about the arsenal against the pandemic, and we don't use that language. But I think that's the kind of language that comes out of the New Deal, which is appropriate for the moment at hand. Okay.
All right, thanks so much. I have clearly and utterly failed in keeping time for this session. We've gone half an hour over, but I think we've had a really, really great discussion and exchange. I hope people are still energized, happy to take their eyes 5 minutes off the screen, get a coffee, go to the bathroom, etc., and then come back for our final session, which we would then expect probably to run until 1:15 New York time. If everyone is fine with that and I hear no objections, then I'll see you all in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, everybody. Hopefully most people are back from that very short break. I hope it provided a little bit of a re-energizing potential, but I think also the discussion has been such an energetic and interesting one that hopefully everyone still has energy for the last session. So thanks so much for continuing to be here. So this last session is really to dive into the issue of economic governance. And the questions that we had wanted to pose in this session were around what our key demands should be for the reform of economic governance to global economic governance to get to some of these to achieve some of the things that we've been talking about, and also critically about how feasible they are in the current moment and what the key levers are for getting to these reforms. I was thinking about Diane's question in the last session, that we perhaps mostly agree on the problems, but how do we crack open this hegemonic edifice? And also to Boosie's point about how do we capture people's imaginations? So it's with great pleasure that I introduce the last set of speakers. We have Ilene Grabel, who's going to give a 15-minute presentation based on the paper that she circulated. And then we have Isabella Baca and Iolanda, I'm forgetting your surname, Iolanda Fresnillo, I think, from Eurodad, giving us the second response. So Ilene, thanks so much. To you, the floor is yours.
Okay, great. Well, I've really been enjoying this meeting, and I'm deeply grateful to UN Women and other colleagues for inviting me to participate. I've been asked to speak about reforms of global macroeconomic governance that could enable the kind of plan that UN Women is developing. That's obviously a really huge topic. The comments that I want to make are really grounded in the view that global macroeconomic governance has long been deeply deficient, and that those deficiencies are revealed and amplified by the COVID crisis. And I know that's a wholly uncontroversial statement in this audience. What I'd like to do is highlight some avenues for reform in the time that I have. But my primary objective is to speak to the overarching progressive pursuit of harmonized governance to replace global neoliberalism. And let me just explain what I think is involved in that vision, and then I'll turn to specific matters of policy. I think it's essential that reconstructed permissive multilateralisms maximize policy space for experimentation and innovation with the kinds of strategies that uplift and amplify the conditions of life for women, that promote economic and social well-being, inclusion, resilience, shared prosperity, sustainability, and recovery from the economic and public health costs of the COVID crisis. And so what I try to argue in the note that I submitted for this meeting is I make a case for what I call permissive multilateralisms, plural, not singular, as an alternative to nostalgia for a unified, harmonized global governance system. In my view, harmonization is too close a cousin to earlier calls for what I've referred to in some of my work as a totalizing search for coherence, which in practice has meant restrictive, autonomy-constraining, neoliberal, corporate and elite-led multilateralism. And we'll recall that the multilateralism of the post-World War II era was fairly permissive in that it provided space for cross-national domestic policy heterogeneity. I think permissive multilateralisms could have a chance if, as I hope, the recent US election marks a renewal of global engagement. I think we can hope that the administration's very fragile compromise with progressive forces within the US helps to insulate a Biden-Harris administration from complete capture by the private sector. And I think, speaking pragmatically, permissive multilateralisms may be all that's feasible for a public that has little appetite for grand plans in what I've called in some of my recent work, our present ismless post-American moment. And I think separate from what happens in the US, multilateralism has and is being contested and reshaped by a variety of actors, most notably China. I think this means that multilateralism's 3.0 will be different from the singular unipolar multilateralism of the post-war and of the neoliberal eras. Institutions within the UN and within civil society have, I think, a really critically important role to play in advocating for renewed permissive multilateralisms. Now, I've used the term permissive several times already, so let me just say a word about it. By permissive, I mean simply regimes that promote genuine policy autonomy at the national and subnational levels. A permissive regime promotes opportunities for policy experimentation. Experiments, not top-down policy blueprints, are what I have in mind. I think we're all in favor of restrictive regimes on the condition that we are the ones who get to write the restrictions. In the second best world that we actually live in, we are not in a position to write the rules. And I think we should accept that permissiveness is the virtue that we should seek, and then look to exploit the policy space that permissive regimes could create to achieve our deep social objectives. And so this is kind of the general frame that I want to argue and that I try to advance in the note that I submitted. Let me now turn to some pressing policy issues that are consistent with my emphasis on policy autonomy. One area that I talk about and has obviously already come up in our conversations today focuses on sovereign debt. And I think chief on the sovereign debt agenda is the pressing need for a sovereign debt restructuring mechanism to avoid another lost decade. Zambia is now the first country on the African continent to default on its debt since the start of its pandemic. Many actors such as UNCTAD and civil society groups have developed frameworks and advocated for a sovereign debt restructuring mechanism. IMF officials have recently identified the need for a sovereign debt restructuring mechanism as well. And I think implementing a sovereign debt restructuring mechanism is really a matter of political will. The private sector has to be forced to the table on this matter. And I think it's really imperative now that the naive fantasy of voluntary private sector compliance has been recognized as a fantasy by the Bretton Woods institutions and the G20. Eric Lonergan and Mark Blythe have recently written about what they call radical conditionality. What they mean by radical conditionality is that when states intervene to support the private sector, they condition that support on concrete commitments to abate wealth inequality and environmental destruction. This is a quid pro quo kind of approach, and I think it represents a good lever to force the private sector to the table once its representatives inevitably queue for a new handout as the COVID crisis continues to unfold. Now, in addition to a sovereign debt restructuring mechanism, other issues in the area of sovereign debt involve a case for comprehensive debt relief that involves both the private and the public sector. Obviously, debt cancellations for the poorest countries is absolutely essential at the present time. Without debt cancellation, we consign poorer countries to austerity. And of course, nothing could be more harmful to a feminist agenda. Debt standstills, of course, only kick the can down the road. And I think even if one had to advocate for the second best approach of debt standstills, pressure in the forms of quid pro quos, I think are a really important avenue for advocacy. And I think without debt release, policy autonomy remains unachievable, regardless of the other features of global governance regimes. Another area of policy that I want to flag has to do with credit rating agencies. The failed performance and the compromised business model of credit rating agencies were well apparent before the COVID crisis, but the threat of a downgrade or of being placed on negative outlook has prevented many countries recently from taking advantage even of the G20's DSSI initiative, as inadequate as that initiative is. And I think reconstituting credit rating agencies so that they function like public utilities would go some distance in reducing their monopoly power and their ability to constrain policy space, especially in times of crisis. Another area that I want to flag is capital controls and the need to expand policy space for capital controls as part of a broader agenda of reining in the financial sector. Now, I've written quite extensively on capital controls as a tool for expanding policy space for experimentation, especially space for accommodative and expansionary macroeconomic policies. Capital controls can also, to a degree, rebalance political voice. And as the global crisis of 2008 emerged, capital controls were very quickly re-legitimized, even by the IMF in what it called its institutional view. The IMF's institutional view needs to be clarified, and it needs to be made much less equivocal in ways that maximize policy space around this instrument. I think any governance regime that seeks to develop a framework for capital controls has to err on the side of generality, flexibility, and permissiveness. It should involve and promote cooperation by both capital source and capital recipient countries. It should embody an even-handed acknowledgement that monetary policies have positive and negative global spillover effects that necessitate burden sharing. And I think capital control should be understood as part of a much broader program to rein in the power of domestic and international finance and rebalance the world economy in ways that move it from its present K-shaped pattern. And several of the avenues that I highlight in my policy note, I think, are consistent with this broader call to rethink the role of finance. Another area that I want to touch on is the Bretton Woods institutions. We know that the response of the Bretton Woods institutions to the economic and the public health challenges of the COVID crisis has been deeply disappointing. Emergency financing for immediate relief is overdue. The US vetoed the release of US $500 billion in SDRs to support emergency financing. But countries of the global north could still transfer $177 billion in idle SDRs to the IMF to two special funds for low-income countries. New incentives might be necessary to induce those kinds of SDR transfers. And I think more broadly and beyond the imperatives of a COVID-era response, the Bretton Woods institutions need to be better and more stably resourced. They need to regain legitimacy and be modernized. What I have in mind, and certainly others have talked about these matters as well, leadership selection processes need to be transparent, merit-based, and inclusive. Steps have to be taken to increase the voice and vote of countries so that the institutions are accountable to their full membership. The institutions have to be reformed in ways that reflect the voice, the global role, the needs, and the lived experience of their full membership and draw on a full range of views in decision-making and analysis. Another area of governance reform that I want to highlight has to do with enhancing the resources of development finance and liquidity support institutions based in the global South and the global East. Following the crisis of 2008, the financial landscape of the global South and the East has become more diversely populated. And I've argued in some other work that a more densely populated, messier financial governance architecture is more likely to be tolerant or supportive of experimentation and a diversity of economic models and approaches. And I think that kind of permissiveness is really absent under an architectural monoculture that exerts a gravitational pull toward a single idealized model. And I think, speaking practically, what this means is that it's necessary to enhance the flow of resources to financial institutions in the global South and the East, to expand connections among them, and to advance rules of engagement and backstop financing between these institutions and the Bretton Woods institutions, provided that those connections do not compromise policy autonomy. Another area that I want to flag as an important direction for governance is the enduring importance of access to public finance and official development development assistance rather. It has to be underscored that international and domestic public finance and ODA is essential to the success of any feminist plan for sustainability and social justice. I think actors in the global development, feminist, environmental, and social justice communities should continue to articulate a case for the necessity of well-resourced Bretton Woods institutions, well-resourced institutions in the global South and East, and for galvanizing renewed commitments to ODA by actors in the global foreign aid community. Another area that I want to flag involves moving beyond tired rhetoric in ways that expand and protect policy space for accommodative macroeconomic policies. We know that central banks and some governments in the global North unveiled assertive and creative macroeconomic policy responses to the COVID crisis. Central banks and fiscal authorities in the global South and East do not possess the resources nor the policy space for accommodative macroeconomic policies. And moreover, and as has been discussed already today, they have received mixed messages from Bretton Woods officials who've told them to fight the war with spending, but to keep receipts. The challenges of enabling feminist, green, and I would add anti-racist COVID recovery plans really call for vast, globally inclusive programs of public investment in public health, in care economies, in green transformations, support for universal social protections and universal basic incomes, employment generating activities, education, and digital access, among other objectives. And I think it's important for economists and civil society advocates to make a case for accommodative macroeconomic policy frameworks now and after the COVID crisis is controlled, and to challenge the myths peddled by austerity and inflation hawks as they reassert themselves in the post-COVID environment. And I think it's also important, of course, that a wide range of stakeholders be involved in policy design and in macroeconomic policy impact analyses. The last point that I'll make just very quickly involves the role of domestic resource mobilization and global and national tax governance. Addressing tax evasion and the world's super wealthy and curbing illicit financial flows is essential to resource mobilization. Many have now proposed unitary taxation on multinational corporations as a vehicle for curbing tax evasion. In addition, progressive taxation of income and wealth, closing channels for tax evasion, raising taxes on financial and other firms are key vehicles for mobilizing resources and enhancing fairness. In the interest of promoting discussion, I'll stop here, and many of these points are articulated in further depth in my policy note, but these are at least some of the ideas that I wanted to advance when we talk about rethinking global macroeconomic governance in ways that enable feminist, green, and just programs of economic policy. So thanks.
Great, thank you so much, Ilene. Absolutely bang on time. So thank you so much for sharing those excellent thoughts. I'm going to hand straight over to Isabella. Isabella, you have the floor for 7 minutes. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much. And thanks so much, Ilene, for that very thoughtful and incredibly comprehensive overview of some of the governance reform measures that we should be thinking about. What I thought I'd do in my few minutes is talk a little bit about issues related to your notion of permissive multilateralisms, which I find to be a very, I think, captivating concept, and the whole idea of policy autonomy and policy space. So what I'd like to do is just start, first of all, with maybe a challenge to the notion of policy autonomy, given the way in which global financial governance has unfolded in the past few decades. And then just speak briefly to notions of crisis, because I think James also raised this in his paper, and then discuss the credit rating agency section of your paper, which I was really happy to see. So first of all, in terms of a challenge, I think that if we look at the current landscape, one of the things that is there for us is the creation of policy rules that have often been enacted in laws that actually limit the discretion of national policymakers when it comes to fiscal, monetary, and financial sector policies. So I'm thinking of things such as, for example, laws that require balanced budgets, which often take effect both at the national and the subnational level, which would require legislatures to vote on changing those. I'm thinking of limits to government borrowing, independent central banks pursuing inflation but not employment targets, and the prescription of international financial institutions to prescribe financial liberalization. Those might be some examples of this kind of locking in effect, which essentially assures that a lot of governments can't pursue proactive Keynesian policies, which of course raises the question of what is different now. But these policy rules also have inscribed in them gender biases, which we could talk about, but I won't take up the time with that. So let me turn to crisis, which I think is an important discussion for us in this document and its ultimate manifestation. And let me just mention two kind of conventional notions of crisis. I think the crisis for capitalism is really the crisis of a period of no growth, because capitalism is premised on an expansive system that tries to colonize all life worlds. So I think for us, we need to counter this through not just measures of well-being, but different types of growth and different conceptions of growth that take into account the framing that we're interested in. Secondly, as Richard pointed out, this has been a crisis of opportunity for some, in the sense that billionaires and financial markets have benefited tremendously from the crisis. And those that are marginalized through various inequalities have in fact seen a deepening of inequality. So in that sense, I think crisis has been a productive agent in intensifying inequalities. From a feminist perspective, I think everyone's identified a crisis of care and social reproduction, but I think that what makes a feminist perspective deeper is that often it is situated as part of a more general crisis of economy, ecology, politics, and how these intersect and exacerbate one another. If you like, it's more of an understanding of an organic crisis. And this organic crisis can generate political alternatives, but as James mentioned this morning, they can be reactionary as well as progressive. So I think that that moment of having a deeper sense of crisis is something important that we can put forward in the document. Then there's a structural element of crisis in terms of social reproduction, because one could argue that there's a built-in crisis tendency around social reproduction within capitalism, because on the one hand, social reproduction is a condition of possibility for sustained capital accumulation, but on the other hand, capitalism's orientation to unlimited accumulation tends to destabilize the very processes of social reproduction on which it relies. And of course, this varies historically as well as by place. So I think one of the questions we might ask ourselves is, in response to crisis, is this structural contradiction something we want to mitigate? Is it something that we want to disrupt? Or is it something that we're actually looking to transform? And what will be the elements or answers to those kinds of questions? So briefly, in terms of credit ranking agencies, I thought that your idea of recasting them as public utilities was really a great idea. And I think that along with that, we'll need new kind of social and environmental criteria to assess the effectiveness of those agencies. These agencies right now rely on a set of criteria in terms of macroeconomic policies in relation to financial markets that we might refer to as the 3 C's. So what they emphasize when they do their ranking vis-a-vis whether financial markets have confidence in an economy is, first of all, credibility, which means minimizing uncertainty with respect to investors by protection of property and application of macro policies that are predictable. Secondly, consistency and the degree to which policies inspire confidence of investors. So I was thinking that in terms of demands for reform of financial governance from a feminist perspective, I think that a case could be made for a different sort of 3 C's within a feminist plan that would also include a 4th C, care, to enhance a gender equitable, inclusive framing. And this would move us away from the state as subject purely to the market disciplines towards disciplining states and markets to their human rights obligations. And I have some ideas about this, but in the space of time, I don't have the time. So just finally, to add to maybe your list, which is already pretty extensive, I was wondering if we might think about a few other reform-related aspects that directly have to do with the structural power of the US. And here I'm thinking of the role of central bankers in overseeing and making global financial markets, or if you like, the dominance of the US Federal Reserve in global governance. And along with that, the dollar's often much maligned role as the world's reserve currency and questioning that. And then finally, I think in terms of realizing permissive multilateralisms, this is really an interesting question. And I'd like to know your views on, do we need to work towards designing a whole new comprehensive architecture? I think that you were suggesting that that actually might not be the way to go. In other words, we shouldn't go the Bretton Woods route, but we should go in terms of smaller micro global projects. And of course, here I would also ask more of a response from you about China, as I think it's the largest lender now. And does China want permissive multilateralisms? And what would permissive multilateralism look like from a Chinese perspective? Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Isabella. I'm going to hand straight over to Yolanda for her comments. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for inviting Irdad and myself. It's been a pleasure listening to you and being able to follow the discussion. I'll be sharing some views around the debt issue, which is the one I'm working on lately at Eurodad, but since the late 90s as an activist. As it has been said, the pandemic has revealed a debt crisis that actually already existed before the COVID-19, and what the COVID-19 and the economic crisis has produced is an enhancement, a huge enhancement of this debt crisis. And insisting on the obvious, and Richard and Ilene already pointed out to this, this debt crisis poses a key risk and an avoidable issue to deal with if we are to advance in any feminist plan for sustainability and social justice. We know from what is happening in developing countries and in our own countries that there is a clear overlap between the vulnerable public healthcare systems that the COVID-19 has found and public services in general, and this increasing debt in the last decade especially, but also in previous debt crises. So previous to debt, to this COVID-19 pandemic, these rising debt levels in the global south, together with decades of austerity policies, fiscal consolidation, promotion of greater involvement of private sector in public services, had been already undermining the government's capacity to deliver these quality public services. without solving this issue, without providing the needed debt cancellation that developing countries need, it's not possible to enable this feminist and social recovery we're talking about. I know we all share that statement, but I think it's important for me to insist on that. As for the solutions offered by the existing international financial institutions and donors and creditors, debt relief offered through DSSI and through this new common framework that was approved last week in the G20. It's so far providing only very limited fiscal space for temporary fiscal space for a handful of countries, mainly postponing debt payments and risking a bigger debt crisis down the road. Multilateral development banks like World Bank haven't been involved in this very small effort on debt moratorium. And more importantly, private creditors haven't engaged, and we don't expect them to engage unless there is a binding scheme to make them provide this debt relief. Last week, the G20 approved this, what they call common framework for debt treatment. Obviously, this does not provide the debt cancellation that the countries need, but it's actually sort of enhancing and making more evident the shortcomings of the existing international financial architecture when it comes to debt distress situations. And I'm gonna explain a little bit why. Because this framework, the same as the DSSI and the same as previous debt relief initiatives like HIPIC and others, is defined by creditors and to suit creditors' interest. Any debt relief to support the efforts of development of any social recovery in the global south or in the global north, and we could refer also to the Greek crisis here, should be discussed, agreed, and implemented with the participation not only from the lenders, obviously, but from borrowing countries. This is one of the main black holes of the international financial architecture when it comes to debt resolution processes, that it only responds to the creditors' needs and to the creditors' interests. It has not only been decided in a non-democratic, non-transparent way, excluding borrowing countries, but it's also not a good solution. It's not providing the relief, the debt cancellation that the countries need. It's only providing this temporary debt payments suspension, moratorium for a few countries, and debt restructuring to those who apply for this new common framework, but no debt cancellation at all. And it's very limited in scope, these debt relief efforts. It doesn't cover all countries in need. It only covers a few bunch of countries, 73 maximum countries. For the moment, it's only 46 that have applied to these debt relief schemes. And I think it's important to say that the selection of these countries is made on the basis of income level and not on the basis of the actual needs, of the actual financial needs for what recovery. So one of the things we've been demanding from the civil society is that in order to advance towards a more just recovery after a debt crisis, we need new approaches to debt sustainability. We need debt sustainability concept that moves beyond this narrow focus of repayment capacity to consider human rights, public service needs, gender equality, climate vulnerabilities, social investment, care investment at its core. So I think this is one of the things we could advance from in a feminist plan, is put on the table how a debt sustainability analysis or debt sustainability would look like from a feminist perspective. And this is something that the social movements have been saying a lot, but we don't really know how to elaborate more on this sort of feminist and social and sustainable debt sustainability. one of the, and I'm gonna, time runs fast. One of the issues we've also been alerted in the last months is how this new IMF lending, this emergency lending, is being offered to developing countries, apparently without conditionality, but with austerity and fiscal consolidation proposals already in the staff document, the IMF staff documents with this new lending. So as soon as 2021, many developing countries are expected to start implementing fiscal consolidation, wage cuts to public workers, the regulatory structural reforms, private involvement in the provision of social services through PPPs. So in the opposite direction of what Ilene proposed as a permissive multilateralism to maximize policy space, what the international financial institutions are using with this over-indebtedness situation is to promote a new wave of austerity and fiscal consolidation. This is a real risk. It's not just something that could come in a couple of years, but this is something on the table already, despite the narrative from the IMF on building back better and on stimulus packages. It's already in the table of many developing countries. So we need an alliance between social movements, CSOs, academics, feminist movement, institutions, especially in the UN system, to resist to this austerity push, because otherwise this is what it's coming on the way. And a final very short note on, we don't only need a more ambitious decision regarding debt cancellation, but as Ilene mentioned, we need a sovereign debt restructuring mechanism, or what we have been calling a debt workout mechanism. So advancing towards the establishment of this new framework for debt resolution, that it's multilateral, that it's independent from the creditors, where debtors, where borrowing countries can sit on the table, all their creditors, negotiate in a timely way, democratic, transparent way, sorry, their debt restructurings with the participation of all the creditors, including the World Bank, multilateral development banks, and private creditors. And with this new approach to debt sustainability also on the table. I would leave it like that because I already spoke more than 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Few internet connection problems. Thanks so much for those three very interesting and rich contributions. I'm going to open the floor. We are now at 1 o'clock, but I'm going to open the floor for comments, questions for maybe 10 minutes, and then I think we might need to wrap up after that. But let's see how we go. So I have Busi and James raising their hands, and Jessica and Richard. Busi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments. One of the things you know, that I've advocated for is fiscal or global fiscal solidarity. I think now more than ever, some sort of solidarity, whether it's this permissiveness framework, which I think is a great idea, or whatnot, is put forward is critical. But I think, you know, I worry because in our research on African countries and pro-employment macroeconomic policies, particularly when it relates to fiscal space, what we found was that even when countries had the space, they chose not to utilize that space for development, right? And part of it is the deeply entrenched orthodoxy. So I guess what I worry about is, even if you have a permissive framework, would governments still choose the orthodoxy because that's what they anticipate is what is acceptable, right? Like, and I look at South Africa as one of the recipients of the aid that is non-conditional, But when you look at the application for that rapid financing instrument, it's literally a structural adjustment program. You know, it's supposed to be under your conditions, but ultimately we've got a national treasury that is deeply committed to neoliberal policies. And so I guess part of me thinks that, you know, if we're going to have a permissive framework, we need new people in these national treasuries entirely, because clearly the old people are going to be deeply, into this orthodoxy, because you have to remember that orthodoxy in economics begins at high school. It begins, like we are taught and nurtured neoliberal economics from birth, literally, if we could put it that way. So I wonder, like, you know, how we think about this permissive framework given the nature or the state of economics itself, and how it's reproduced and how inequalities are reproduced and so forth. But yeah, so that's one thing. And I think the creditors, I really like the comment about creditors and appeasing creditors. I think that's still a deeply problematic area and one that I worry about a lot. And how, I guess my question is always, how do we challenge the notion of a national treasuries that in fact the costs of not doing the right thing are higher than the costs of caring solely about the credit agencies? That's my one man, you know, thing. It's like, how do I convince them the costs of the one are higher than the other? Because there's, you know, we've tried multiple strategies, but they're not working, you know, because the credit market is why the budget is written, as we've learned over time and time again. So yeah, so that's a question more about how do we change the narrative around credit agencies in practical ways, really, because I think we all understand in an intellectual, theoretical way why that doesn't make sense.
Thanks, Busi. Okay, over to James.
Just a question for Ilene. Your talk, your intervention just brought to mind Roderick's globalization trilemma in a way, and you know, his whole discussion of the tensions between sovereignty and global governance. And you seem to be walking a very middle road between those two with permissive multilateralisms. I'm just wanting to hear a little bit more how you got there. I mean, is it that this is what you think is most feasible right now? Do you think somehow it covers a little bit of sovereignty, but also has global cooperation in there? You have a very regional approach to this. So are we thinking more on the side of, you know, the permissive, the sovereignty, creating that space, or what's the role of global governance, you know, where you have to give up some of the sovereignty in order to pursue global coordination? How do you think about those issues?
Okay, so lots of questions for Ilene. I'm going to go to Jessica and then Richard. And go ahead, Jessica.
Okay, I've got a question for Ilene as well, which is about how do we get permissive multilateral institutions that powerful nations in the global north will actually fund? This is the dilemma that we've been really trying to work on. As soon as you make a multilateral institution genuinely democratic, powerful nations aren't going to be prepared to fund it. And then so the flip side of that, as Busi said, that even if you do manage to get those kind of institutions, that may be a necessary, but it's not a sufficient condition. You do still then have to get southern governments to move from outside the ideological hegemony of neoliberalism. My other question was on the radical conditionality, because to begin with, I really liked that concept, but then I was sort of unpacking it a bit in my head and thought, why radical conditionality? Why not just regulation? And is there a danger that radical conditionality is really just corporate social responsibility in disguise and kind of greenwashes corporations rather than reinforcing the role of the state in regulation? And then really quickly, just third point on Yolanda's redefining debt sustainability, so that it's not just about countries' ability to repay. Absolutely, I think that's really important and would love to work with you on that.
Great, thanks so much, Jessica. Okay, I have Richard, and then I have Bhumika and Diane, and then I think we must go back to the three speakers to get their responses. Thanks, Richard.
Thanks. Yeah, Ilene, and also a general point, a general question to UN Women, really. But on, I mean, I agree with every single point that you make, right, Ilene, especially because partly because we make them ourselves. But you know, then if you're arguing for a sovereign debt restructuring mechanism, some sort of public credit rating agency, generalized capital controls as a legitimate part of the policy tool, it's tough to me to see how you can get those outside of a reformed multilateralism as a general framework. I can't see how a permissive multilateralism will, you know, and I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, but I mean, for example, if you take the part of your story, which is the rise of South-South organizations, that essentially, at least in my interpretation, we may differ on this. That essentially is about the rise of China. That is, without the rise of China, South-South is a non-agenda, at least in the analysis that we've done. But you know, China. I mean, China's on debt issues. Even though we support a lot of China's right on debt issues, China is a struggle for us to try and push a progressive multilateral agenda, and it needs a very coherent and organized rest of the South to bring to bring China into the fold. If the South remains divided as it is at the moment, China will not lead the South to propel a progressive multilateral agenda of the kind that you're talking about. And the Belt and Road Initiative, which again we support because again we're part of it, we're involved with it, you know, is not going to provide the kinds of mechanisms that you're talking about, I don't think, that are necessary for a more inclusive and development and gender friendly kind of multilateralism. I don't see any evidence of that at all. So I mean, that gets, I guess, back to Isabella's question partly about how you perceive China in your permissive multilateral agenda. And I think the other, and she raised that too, you know, the dollar-based system, despite all the talk of the emergence of, you know, we are in a dollar-based system. And to me, there are very few signs of that system breaking down. And I think, you know, we struggle with that issue a lot, particularly on the debt issue. And trying to think through and present progressive alternatives to the dollar-based system, which was what Bretton Woods 1 was all about, of course, at least in the Keynes version of it, was all about. I think we need to kind of think what that means a little bit harder in the 21st century. So that question of the dollar-based system, I think, is a very pertinent one from a power perspective. The other general point, you know, to UN Women, really in general, there is a neoliberal kind of gender-sensitive interpretation of finance. It's all about microfinance and inclusive finance. It's all about small and medium-sized enterprises and entrepreneurship. It's all about risk-based development strategies. And I don't, and PPPs and all that. And I don't hear from UN Women a critique of that. And I think that is a very narrow and in some respects, you know, anti-feminist agenda. But, you know, we find ourselves in UNCTAD as being lone voices in contesting that agenda. And I don't know where UN Women stand on it. I don't hear them articulating a strong critique of that part of the neoliberal agenda, which is often sold as being gender friendly. And you know, it would be nice to hear from UN Women more generally a critique of that part of the financing agenda. So that's just a general point, really. Thanks.
Thanks, Richard. Okay, so I have Bhumika and Diane, and then we'll go back to the panel. Thanks.
Hi, I just wanted to seek a brief sort of a question and get some views on this idea of how to incentivize private sector participation. This has been front and center in many discussions. There was a report that came out, a couple of reports, many different reports have been coming out on the green recovery bonds, on green bonds, on, you know, Brady type credit enhancements. This is an old debate. There's a old history of debt for nature swaps, and all of you know the critiques on it, the policy autonomy that is curtailed and infringed for developing country states to be able to decide what to finance, how to finance, so the earmarking and ring fencing of, and then of course the green financialization risks that green recovery bonds and the debt for climate, debt for sustainability swaps, to address private sector participation, since they are not willing to restructure. So, and then this relates to what Ilene said on the radical conditionality as proposed by Blyth and others. The question I have is really, is this the best sort of, you know, how do we evolve past this problematic way in which to involve the private sector? You know, what is the orbit of possibilities? What is the horizon of possibilities to involve the private sector? How do we counter this reliance on the Brady bonds and the green recovery bonds type of swap mechanisms and the risks they entail on commodifying ecology, carbon offsets regime, green enclosures, green grabbing, land grabbing? You know, what other alternatives are there? Because it's understandable how appeasing and attractive this is to propose, because it's feasible, as opposed to restructuring and work out systemic mechanisms where you have all these roadblocks and stonewalling. So just wanted to explore this for a second. Thank you.
Thanks, Bhumika. Diane.
I think we've had from all three speakers, you know, great diagnoses of problems, great suggestions on what should be done. And the question I want to ask is, what's our analysis of how feasible any of this is, in terms of what are the pressure points? What are the points where the system is going to crack? Is there going to be lots of street mobilization in countries that are subject to the austerity policies next year? Is there going to be a more generalized crisis for capital? I mean, Isa, you mentioned this, but I see it at the moment as a crisis for particular sectors that's being dealt with by having bailouts for particular sectors, or loans without any conditionality from central banks to particular sectors, or purchases of their bonds and so forth. I don't see it as a more generalized crisis as yet, that of the kind that we had in the financial crisis, which did require at a particular moment some radical changes, although then, as Richard has explained, that was, we all know, that was rowed back from. So I was just thinking, if anybody got any ideas about where these pressure points are going to come, that might make it change the configurations of power, that might make it more likely that any of the great ideas we've had, I think, throughout this meeting would find some traction.
Thanks, Diane. And I think with that, I will go back to the panel, and it would indeed be great to hear reflections on that point, and of course on the others that everyone has raised. So can I go in reversed order? Iolanda, can I start with you? And then Isabella, and then Ilene.
Thank you. I'll just answer three things. One on debt sustainability. This is something we have just started thinking about, and anytime I propose this issue to someone working on debt sustainability, they come out like, but with what indicators and what numbers do we have, and what, and I have the feeling that we have to work in collaboration with the gender budgeting processes, together with this idea of debt sustainability. So, and I haven't really had the time to work on that, but I think it would be a very good path to advance on those countries who have gender budgeting processes to see how this could work. It's an avenue of future work that I'd like to explore. On Bhumika's question, reflection more than question, I think I don't think we will get the private sector involvement that we need. I don't think that when we deal with investment funds and international banks and those involved in buying debt bonds from the global south, they're gonna apply huge interest rate to any gender bond in the market, as they do with green bonds from developing countries, because they won't trust it, and they will do as a pink washing strategy, as they do with a greenwashing strategy, because they need to have some green bonds in their folders. But I think we need regulation, we need disincentives, and I really like this idea of radical conditionality in terms of disincentiving their role in the financial markets and with developing countries. So if we could get a way of making quantitative easing conditional to participating in debt relief, that would make a difference. I know it's a huge challenge, but that would really make a difference. I mean, European financial institutions, if they don't have access to quantitative easing, if they don't get involved in debt relief, that would also make a difference. And then to Diane's question on how feasible and how we make it work. One thing we have to take into account is that in 2008, the mobilizations started only 3 years after the crisis exploded. And we have the pandemic and the difficulties of the lockdown. So if we want to get mobilization in the streets, as you say, when these austerity measures are being implemented, we need to get organized now, but we won't have that automatically, as we haven't had that automatically in the past. So that's the work we are doing from the social movements and the CSOs, is getting people organized around the debt issue. So when the time comes, we're actually connected and can go on the streets. But some things have already started happening, like in Ecuador or Argentina, people are taking the streets against these new austerity measures. And the other thing is related to what Richard mentioned about UN Women being more vocal on these issues and on how these macroeconomic policies actually have an impact on gender equality. And I think we need, and I'm insisting in something I already said, which is we need this alliance between different sectors, social movements, CSOs, academia, and institutions, especially in the UN system. And we need this alliance to counter-argument this narrative from international financial institutions. And this is something also that we need to work on before it's put into place. But I think it's feasible. I think the debt resolution system was never so evident that it had such shortcomings and such limitations as it is now. Sorry.
No, thank you so much. That was really helpful. Okay, Isabella, can we get some responses from you?
Thanks. Just in the interests of time, maybe I'll just speak to Diane's response that this may be a crisis for particular sectors rather than a general crisis. And maybe I just wanted to clarify that I think for me, this crisis is different from 2008, because to me, it's an existential crisis. It's something that concerns the conditions of existence, of health inequality, social reproduction, all within the context of the pandemic. And so to me, it's an organic crisis in the twin sense of it being deep and structural and multidimensional, but also it's further threatening biological and ecological conditions of existence. So it's really extending and deepening those kinds of forces. What makes it interesting, as you point out, is that probably the financial sector or financialized capitalism is much less impacted, unlike 2008. So if you can bracket that off, you can say, yes, it's not widespread. Whereas in 2008, we were sold the goods that because there was a crisis in that sector, it was going to be all pervasive and, you know, all hands on deck. We got to get out there and save things. So to me, it's a bit of the reverse, but I guess the forces and instruments are different. But I would argue that it is a deeper organic crisis.
Thanks so much, Isabella. Ilene.
Great. Well, thanks to everyone for oh, okay, I'm not unmuted, for the great comments, many of which I'll circle back to and think some more about just in the interest of time, but just maybe a couple of categories of reactions in terms of the various folks who talked about, like, where are the pressure points, what are the possibilities for change. I mean, I concur with all that Isabella just said along those lines, and would just expand and say, okay, this, you know, this crisis is different for many of the reasons that we talked about earlier, even in the session that Richard spoke at. This is a true crisis that involves the kind of several layers of reproduction, you know, in the very biological sense. I mean, we're dealing with a pandemic that has a truly global reach, and, you know, that is expanding exponentially. Layered on top of that, obviously, the global climate change crisis, the crisis of reproduction, and also another sort of very basic sense that the burdens of this crisis are being borne very heavily by women around the world. And that's a kind of another aspect of this crisis that I think makes it, you know, a truly existential crisis, that shows that a variety of social systems and economic systems have been unable to respond to these triple or more crises. And I think that does create some opportunities to really try to think, and for social change advocates to try to push for alternative strategies, because we really are on the brink in so many different respects. Crises of families, again, environmental crises, crises around inequality, global health crises. There's also a kind of crises of ideas. I mean, at the present time, and what I would call kind of provocatively in my note, and which I expand on in a much longer, kind of more academic treatment, a kind of crisis of ideas that we're in a kind of ismless era, when even elites don't really know what their model of capitalism is and how to save capitalism and what are the appropriate tools. And there's a kind of searching for strategies, which doesn't mean that progressive strategies are necessarily on the table. I'm not naive, but, you know, the set of ideas that really dominated discourse in the post-World War II period are not really on the table. Neoliberalism as a set of ideas is thankfully not on the table right now, but there is a real lack of clarity about where to go, which I think does open space for discussion and for creative problem solving around a set of kind of ad hoc permissive policies that may be tailored to subnational, national, or regional context. And so for me, we've got these kind of overlapping crises that create multiple opportunities for pressure points, and the need to really think out of the box. I don't think it's on the table to go back to a kind of muscular, more uniform multilateralism that really characterized either the post-war period or the neoliberal period. That kind of overarching singular vision, I think, is also not viable politically in a pragmatic sense in a kind of global public that's grown tired of grand ideas and grand narratives and is kind of pushing away from elite-led narratives about what are the kind of appropriate logics for economic policy or for institutional development. And that's, you know, for me, a large part of why I am somewhat uncomfortable around one of the themes in the concept note, which really focuses on convergence and harmonization. Again, I'd say if we were all in charge, I'd be on board with the idea of harmonization. Given that we are not in charge, I think that the best thing we can push for as a kind of second best alternative is space for experimentation within what James Hines kind of rightly flags the kind of Danny Rodrikian influence, and I like to think the influence of Albert Hirschman's work that's really informed so much of my own, which says, okay, we want to think about the small, we want to think about experimentation, we want to think about not deglobalization, but rather a thin notion of globalization, where there's a kind of basic set of rules of the road, but space for all kinds of experimental policies that are tailored to and reflect the voices and lived experiences of nations, of subnational groups, of civil society actors. There's obviously much more to be said about that, but I guess I'd also circle back as a kind of last point in talking about pressure points to something which Busi said earlier, which is a kind of call for radical solidarity and for thinking about social movements as not being fractured and organized around one set of objectives, be they women's empowerment in the care economy or the environment, but rather really thinking about linking up social change agendas across social movements at this critical juncture. Again, more to be said about that, but I wanted to touch on a few other things that came up. Where does China kind of fit into my story? I think, like many of us, I have kind of mixed feelings about China. China stepped into the void in many important respects, whether it's through the Belt and Road initiatives or a variety of bilateral initiatives, but obviously China is also a problem that many of us wrestle with when it comes to things like debt restructuring, when it comes to the environmental footprint of Chinese-led lending. Obviously, when it comes to human rights, there's lots and lots of issues that we circle around when we talk about China. So China is a really complex actor in what I'm thinking about, again, provocatively, as a post-American order, where China is a key actor, but it's not an actor without flaws. It's deeply worrying to us, but it is a driver of South-South cooperation. And at least until the US steps back into some way or another its commitments to some form of multilateralism, we have to take China seriously as a multilateral actor. And how we think about China, is something I've been wrestling with in some of my work. I've talked about China as not being a driver of multilateralism, because I think it's really not, but rather as a driver of what I've called networked bilateralism. I think that really captures China's vision of reglobalizing the world, with China as a kind of central actor. I think that's really a bilateral story rather than a multilateral story. And for that reason, it's both encouraging and discouraging. In terms of whether we're moving to a post-dollar world, I think Richard flagged that. That's also been something I've been thinking about a lot. I know we all are. I don't think we're moving toward a post-dollar world. I think the dollar is hardwired into the global financial architecture in really kind of technical ways: global derivatives markets, the chip system, the SWIFT system. When you look under the hood of the global financial system, the dollar is hardwired in many ways that are obscure, but are very important. That said, we may be looking at a post-American order in which the dollar continues to play a central role. That's kind of my read as to where we are. Just kind of one other category of really interesting points that came up. Again, there were many. Several people talked about the need for new assessment criteria, new kinds of policy tools that might be a feature of this report. Gender sensitive assessments of macroeconomic policy. Obviously, that's been on the agenda for a long time. Gender sensitive credit ratings, environmentally sensitive credit ratings are really important. Rethinking the whole credit rating industry, as we talked about earlier, I think is really important, because when we try to understand one reason why the really inadequate DSSI initiative pushed by the G20 didn't even achieve its modest goals, one of the key reasons is that countries were rightly too afraid to take advantage of it because of the fear of being placed on a watch list or downgraded or losing access to global financial markets. That really underscores the monopoly role of credit rating industries in the whole global economic architecture, and I think is one reason why rethinking credit rating agencies needs to be at the kind of center of some of our conversations. I'm heartened by some ways in which central bankers and even the IMF have talked about building in environmental risk assessments into lending programs. Some of it's greenwashing, to be sure, but even if we take Christine Lagarde and Jerome Powell a little bit at their word, they've talked about greening monetary policy, kind of scoring monetary policy in terms of its impact on inequality. Surely we can do much better than they're talking about. And I think it's, again, another moment to kind of hold these actors to their word and really develop better methodologies for thinking about ways of reforming policy tools of public institutions. I'm much less a fan, I guess the last thing I would say, of green bonds and of new financial innovations that I think bear the imprint of financialization. And I'm somewhat less hopeful about those than I think some civil society actors are. I think looking at ways in which public institutions might green policy, might engender policy, might look toward scoring policies for inequality is somewhat more exciting to me than thinking about unveiling a set of private financial instruments that might achieve some of the goals that we're all excited about. And again, there were many other comments. I'm looking at my list that I was also, extremely excited about and will think some more about. I'm glad that some folks were interested in this idea of quid pro quos, that financial firms will have their hand out again and again if the debt defaults that are surely on the horizon are going to continue to unfold. I think civil society activists might really think about pushing for quid pro quos, at least to some extent, to say you're going to get public support. We actually need something. We got nothing out of the financial support associated with the 2008 crises. This may be a kind of strategic moment to really press on the public's being tired with the kinds of supports and bailouts for large actors, the kind of backlash against big tech firms that have benefited from the global crisis, and really start to kind of push a narrative of quid pro quos. At least that's my sense of things. But thanks, folks. I'll again think some more about other issues that came up. Since we don't have that much time, I'll stop there.
we have serious negative amounts of time, but thank you so much, you three, for a fantastic and really fascinating discussion for our last session. We are going to wrap up. We're fully half an hour over time. It just never at any point felt like I should cut anyone off, because everyone seemed to be willing to go on and to continue to discuss these issues. So thank you so much for sticking with it. I'm going to ask James if he would like to say something briefly in order to in some way try and pull some of these threads together, and then I will talk extremely briefly about next steps, just so you have a sense of where this is going. I don't want you to feel like this is going nowhere. So over to James, and then I'll quickly go over some next steps, and then let you all go and get on with your lives. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Laura. I don't think I can pull all of this together into a very short encapsulation. But I'm also acutely aware of Zoom fatigue these days. So I'm just going to hit some high points. I think we explored a lot in these roughly 4 hours that we've been together. We talked about what's missing in our current framing of macroeconomic issues, particularly some of the non-market dynamics and their interactions with market dynamics. Then we had just a rich array of policy discussions when we're talking about creating a caring economy. There was discussions on creating good quality livelihoods and development trajectories, structural transformations. And as part of those structural transformations, lots of debate on Green New Deals or green whatever we want to end up calling them. I just want to flag, an early point that Geeta made, that we're still talking in very broad brushstrokes, and it all kind of sounds good and hangs together at that level, but we haven't kind of dug down a little bit deeper and explored. The devil might be in the details. There might be various contradictions, interactions, and so on. And maybe we need to be more transformative than what we've been talking about. And then we had a lot of discussion about how do we actually create the policy space for realizing this. After decades particularly for developing countries, but for many countries where their policy space in the conduct of macroeconomic policy has been severely, severely curtailed. And we're talking about reinventing macro. So how do we reclaim that policy space? And I think this last session really gave us a lot of tools to think about it, not only in terms of domestic mobilization, domestic policies, but what needs to happen internationally. And of course, with all these discussions that we've had, I've been I'm part of the advisory group for this. We always end up with the same question. Probably the hardest question is the political one. You know, how are we going to struggle going forward? Because it is a struggle. You know, these weren't all happy, optimistic, benign presentations we had. You know, some of them were really quite pessimistic of where we're going to head in the next 2 to 5 years. So it's going to be a very serious struggle. None of us have any clear answers to how we're going to achieve that part of this, but I feel this is a group that's very much committed to trying to make that happen. So back over to you, Laura.
Great, thanks so much, James. And Andy is just going to very quickly show you a slide which summarizes a couple of the next steps, hopefully. Okay, so just in terms of next steps, we will write a report of this meeting. Wish us luck. We may be in touch to kind of with a draft to check that we've captured things, but I think it would be a real shame not to have a short report of the meeting. For the project as a whole, we're in the process of creating an online home for it so that we can post all of the reports of the various expert group meetings and other resources as they come up. We're planning additional expert group meetings on care in partnership with Juliana Martinez Franzoni, who is also on our advisory group. That's going to be on either the 8th or the 10th of December. We're still figuring that out. We also are planning one on feminist politics in this particular moment, which I think hopefully can pick up some of these issues that we've been talking about in terms of how to make these changes happen. And then there will be 2 others, definitely not until next year, on livelihoods and the issue of data, which is a kind of key priority for our colleagues, the colleagues in our team working on issues of gender statistics. We will continue to engage and open new engagements with UN Women colleagues in regional offices, because our experience with these global reports is that they often work better and land better at regional level if our regional colleagues kind of pick up the kind of global framing, but make them kind of either regionally or nationally focused for their advocacy at that level. And the UN Women's corporate priority is around the generation equality forums next year, so we're going to look for ways to kind of feed these messages and so on into that. And finally, we'll begin to draft the report, and we'll be aiming for a launch of the feminist plan sort of in Q2 of 2021. So those are the kind of immediate sort of next steps that we envisage. I wanted to say a huge thank you to everyone who has participated today, with particular thanks to those who took the time to do written inputs and prepare presentations. So to James for the framing note and his support to put this putting the EGM together, to Diane and Jaya for their responses, to Richard, Alyssa, and for their really engaged, almost twice as long, even though it was 4.5 hours long. So I hope that people felt they were able to kind of get their questions and points in. Yes, just a sincerely thank you for your time today, and we look forward to continuing this discussion as we move forward with the feminist plan. So thank you so much. We will leave it there to be continued. Thanks so much.
And Silke.
Everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.